reflections, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy, I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. And fall victim, but when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will, 'cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself, I just wanna change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't wanna hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating.
Yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. What's up, people?
I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant.
Hey! Dude, Thursday night.
I just wanna change the world.
It is Thursday, yes.
But I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to
Come down, I'd rather be found.
It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure
Together. Dude, how we doing?
Everyone's waiting, anticipating.
Yo, yo, yo. We're gonna hit up one more chorus, then we're gonna get down to business. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Dude, let's go. Yeah, hit that like button, baby. Hey, 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 hey. I can't pretend. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant truth. I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. Dude, yeah, the drums are very good. Dude, that guy, like the guy in number 3 breakdown, that was definitely one of the best drummers I ever played with in the history of me playing rock and roll. All right, thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you to Nate Chambers, the drummer extraordinaire. All right, how we doing on this fine Thursday? Dude, the prayer breakfast. Jesus, how's the new time working out? I mean, the new time is working out pretty good. I'm still not getting on quite as early as I'd like. Dude, Kids Cat, you're radiant bunks. Let's go. Yeah, no, I still want to get on at like 8 or 8:30. And so we've been making it at like 9, which is good. I mean, it's been pretty fucking, it's been pretty good thus far. I still want to get on a little bit earlier. I know for a while we were making it at 8:30. Right now, my schedule is just colossally messed up. I'm trying to find like a decent sleep schedule that allows me to get enough sleep, because I am not getting enough sleep, guys. And I'm also not getting quite as much work as I'd like to get done in a day. So I'm a work in progress, okay? Can I just say, you end up sleeping twice a day? I've been sleeping twice a day too. And so, I mean, I'm working on it. And it's a work in progress. All right? It is a work in progress. And we'll get there, dude. We'll get there. Sometimes it just takes time to find that equilibrium. But yeah, so dude, today was pretty bizarre. I mean, today being on Twitter all day doesn't help. Yeah, being on Twitter all day is hard. I mean, it's just part of the deal though, right? Oh, it is. I can't escape it, right? Sleep is a luxury. It is, but it's also a necessity. We are all boss. Dude, I like that. I like the sound of that. But, it's the world. I feel like we are fucking running like 80 miles an hour. Yeah, that's really it. What Dave said right there, that every day in Trump's America is pretty bizarre. I mean, it is. I feel like every day is like 100 things happening all at once, and no breaks. They are just so like, dude, oh, It's just so overloaded. Now, I mean, dude, I guess we could warm up with something fucking, like interesting. So I got into this little whatever shouting match earlier today. I'm not going to go into the whole thing, but it was with this account. There's like a wannabe 𝗙𝗹𝗹𝗪𝗪 TikTok. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this account, but it's called Leftism for You. Okay, have you seen this account? This account is pretty gnarly. It's one of these very like libs of TikTok sort of accounts that it's not nearly as big, but this account is just a constant sort of rage bait account, okay? Right? That is, anti-trans, super racist, and it calls itself Leftism for You, but it's not about leftism at all. It's about, fake, right? No, it's a US account, but it's about this fake, fake interpretation of leftism. It's like an anti-woke account that tries to say like, oh, this is leftism. Okay. You haven't seen this one? Yeah, this one is gnarly. It's the same shit as libs of TikTok. Exact same shit. Like if you go through here, it's like, oh, a teacher is like doing ICE, retweeting Trump shit, right? Attacking, people that are non-Trumpian. Now this is where we got into it, okay, was this thing. Now, I just want to briefly touch on this because basically what we got into, okay, was we got into it over this. I left a comment under this fucking tweet right here, okay? And I left a comment and then got into it with the leftism account, okay? And then the leftism account went back and forth. Now, I was just mostly berating the existence of this propaganda account at every turn, right? I wasn't having a serious discussion because there's not really a serious discussion to be had. Now this leftism account was making an appeal to they kept harping on this thing about kids. But let me just give you the crux of this because I need to show you this because there's like a fundamental cognitive dissonance that they don't want to acknowledge, okay? And this is why you can't really have a conversation with these people in good faith, all right? So the start of it is centered around this guy, okay? So a guy makes a piece of content and he says, basically what he says is he says that his son was at school, in middle school, okay, and in Seattle, and the middle schoolers went out and protested ICE. And what ended up happening was his son didn't want to go to the protest, but the people who didn't go to the protest were being left in a classroom, and the son didn't want to be alone, so the son went to the protest. And now this father was like livid. Okay, now, when you see a piece of content like this, it's hard because you don't know what the full story is. Okay, you don't know if the kid really was protesting, the father found out about it, and so the kid made up this story, or what was going on, why the kids were protesting, yada yada yada. We don't have all the details. And all of the details, of course, aren't presented here, okay? It's just the students, I think, wanted to protest, okay? The students wanted to protest, and the teachers, since the students wanted to protest, the teachers, chaperoned them. The teachers allowed them to protest, and so the teachers and the school staff stayed with the kids, okay? Which is to me, that is completely reasonable, okay, if these kids want to protest. Now, we do live in a modern world where kids are a lot more politically aware at an earlier age now, okay? They are. I mean, kids are on TikTok, kids are on Instagram, I remember with my son, they had walkouts. When he was in middle school, they had walkouts, okay? Now, the thing about this, though, here's what's frustrating about this, guys, is I basically, like, this account is doing the usual portrayal. Schools are indoctrinating your kids to do what parents don't want them to do. Schools are bad. This parent is right. Anti-woke, blah, blah, blah. Now, I piled in here and like said, dude, that people like this father should just homeschool his kids, that like these people that freak out about this shit should just go to the fringes of society. And then the leftism account decided to engage me. And as you can see, look at the number of responses to my shit. Like, when I engage with these people sort of pile in, okay? These people pile in. But look at the thing here, okay? You think it's okay for schools to bring students to unsafe areas. And I'm like, yada, yada. They keep going on about the unsafe, this, that, and the other, okay? Now, again, I'm not going to go into the whole details of the whole, like, fracas. But I do want to make one point, okay? Because the primary point, the primary thread through this whole thing from this leftism account and these other MAGA right-wingers is like, it's a middle school, is what they kept harping on. Like, this is a middle school, right? These kids are too young to be protesting. These kids are too young to be exercising their First Amendment rights. Like, these kids are in middle school. They're so young. They're so incapable, right? But here's the other problem, is these same people, guys, if a middle school girl got raped, okay, if a middle school girl got raped, these are the people that would say, man, she's got to deliver that baby, okay? These are the people. That's their MO, right? If a middle school girl gets raped, oh, she can't have an abortion. She's got to deliver the baby, right? They've said it. They've done it in fucking Indiana, right? Remember the 10-year-old in Indiana that like fled the state? Then they wanted to punish their like caregivers. So how do you have a fundamental philosophy that tells you both, if a middle school age girl gets impregnated, she has to have the baby. Even if she gets raped, she has to have that baby. And middle schoolers are fine with that level of whatever. I don't even know what you'd call that. I don't want to use the word maturity because it's not. But they will thrust middle schoolers into the most insane, lifetime altering situations, okay? And they're fine with it. They don't see anything wrong with that. But a middle schooler going to protest ICE and the teachers like backing them up while they do it is a sin beyond sins. And it is like endangering the kid, and it is like philosophically wrong, and it is like a threat to society, okay? But like, dude, how do they process that, guys? Right? Like, how does their brain hold those two items in it at the same time? You know, I mean, isn't it? It really is like a type of delusion. I mean, I was very direct with them though, saying, hey, here's the deal. Like, if you're having a kid in, 2026, your kids gonna grow up kind of fast. Okay. Your kids in 2026, if they use social media or if they go to school with kids who use social media, your kids are like going to be accessing adult level stuff. I'm not saying it's good for them. I'm not saying it's healthy, but it is a reality. Unless you homeschool your kids and keep them in a bubble, those kids are going to go to school and Johnny down the block is going to show up with an iPad and they're going to see political shit. They're going to see, I don't know, lifestyle and gaming content. They might see some adult material. Who knows what they're seeing? Like, you can't have a kid now and not engage with what they're going to see and encounter on the internet. I mean, you're living in a fantasy land if you want to parent a kid and you think that somehow they're not going to be exposed to shit on the internet. Like, it's a reality. You may not like it. You may not like what they see on the internet, but it is your job as a parent to contextualize things, okay? And so it just blows my mind because they seem to want to, on the one hand, they want the kids to be in a bubble where they don't see anything adult. That's totally unrealistic because they're on TikTok learning about politics. They're on gaming channels learning about politics and or life. They're on YouTube. They're on Instagram. These kids are getting, like, you know what I'm saying? These kids are getting exposed to all kinds of shit. And then, it's just mind-blowing to me because at the end, I'm like, dude, we don't even know what's going on. You don't know. You're propagandizing this whole experience. You don't know if this parent got a right? This parent probably got a permission slip for that protest. And maybe he's all jacked up on PBR or some shit. And he just didn't even realize that shit was there. Or maybe the kid signed it for him because the kid did want to protest. And now they're covering their tracks because, he got caught or something. I mean, we just don't know. But of course, this account is going to propagandize this stuff to the most, negative, like teachers are dangerous. That's the essential thing. Teachers and education are dangerous. And their recurring line of thought through this with me was like, but it's a middle schooler. How dare you let middle schoolers be exposed to a protest? How dare a middle schooler do something without their parents express, 100% approval and all this? But dude, they're the same people that would force a middle school girl to deliver a baby. And that shit is crazy, right? That's crazy to me that, a 12-year-old, 11-year-old girl delivering a baby, they're fine. But 11 or 12-year-old girl or boy going to a protest, they're like, oh man, now you're scarring the kid. I mean, isn't that wild? It is mind melding, guys. And then you know what happened too, right? You know what happened to today, guys, is while I'm arguing with this leftism person and these people, I'm being pretty vulgar. He does look like the quartering. I'm being pretty vulgar in that thread. I am, dude. I'm like, F this, F you, screw you, right? But the leftism, the libs of TikTok wannabe account kept saying to me, like, calm down, right? They're like, calm down. You need to calm down. And I'm like, I am calm. Like, F you. I'm totally calm. And I'm not gonna calm. Right? Like this is like you guys are groomers and like white nationalists, that try to hide behind some dude. I think my can is all right. I'm gonna have to go fix give me one sec, dude. Dude, I'm having a technical difficulty here with a Rockstar can. All right, I'll be right back. Hang tight. Here's a little song for you in the meantime.
Play, play, play. LA, we hit the beach and rode the waves. I lost my balance, I was faded, faded. I was trapped and wrapped up in a scene that was never really me. Plastic lights and starry eyes, and all the freaks were left outside. So I'd look in and wonder why. Where was mine? I couldn't find it, but you're all I've got.
There we go.
All I want.
All right.
Some days it just feels like
This will never be enough. All right, let's go. Yeah, you ready? Let's watch the video here, shall we? I think this will be worthwhile. Okay.
His school just brought him to a protest.
You ready? Watch this. Watch this, Dad. Okay. Here we go. Ready? Let's here we go.
So my son just called and said that his school just brought him to a protest. So he's currently at a fucking protest. I'm fitting to go rage. Who the fuck said you could bring my child to a protest?
Dude, what? Like, what is fitting to go rage? Dude, I'm sure this parent rages quite regularly.
Any of our kids to a protest. They see what's happening today. Bringing kids out there now. Purposely in schools. Washington State.
Oh, but look at that. Look at that, though, guys. Oh, that's interesting, though, right? I think what's interesting, though, is, yeah, no, he's obviously a MAGA guy. But what's interesting is the acknowledging that, like, you're not really safe at a protest anymore, are you? Right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's interesting that he's admitting that because of these ICE agents, you're not even safe at a protest anymore, right? And again, we don't know what of this is true, okay? But
Send this out. Washington State sending their kids to protest. I'll see you soon. Let me give you a little rundown on the
dude. But what is up with this guy, dude? Like, I know he seems a little emotional dysregulated, doesn't he? Somebody said, how weak is that chin, bro? Dude, he's like, oh, a protest. Oh, protest. Dude, yeah, you know?
the way there. White center, we call out here Rat City. If anybody from Washington State knows this Rat City is not an area. Bring kids, let alone bring kids to a protest in this piece of shit city. If anybody knows White Center, you know.
Dude, doesn't he sound kind of drunk? I mean, anybody know White Center? He sounds drunk, dude. He does. He sounds like he just woke up after a PBR-induced coma, and now he's like, right?
Rat City is dangerous. Why are you bringing our kids into dangerous territory with fucking protesting going on? Anyway, I'll see you soon.
Dude, I'll see you soon. And then like a minute later, dude, round 3, I'll see you soon. One more time. Like, protest. Dude, doesn't he sound drunk? Right? He sounds drunk, doesn't he? He sounds a little liquored up, okay?
The next video. It looks like they made it all back to the school already before I could get here. Yeah, so they all just got back before I can get here.
Dude, there's like cops there. I mean, dude, nobody's harmed, bro. Like, what is going on here, dude? Dude, the kids are carrying signs. Now, here's the deal. You ready? I don't know, right? I don't know what the story is with this, but I know the rage is like him is like, how dare the kids go to school and they have an experience that I, the parent, am not controlling. Okay. Now, dude, kids have their own lives at school. And like, oftentimes, let me just say this. This is a reality, right? Your kid is going to go to school and they try to have some sort of existence in the school that they can't have at home. Okay? It is like, so there's this thing that happens. You ready? There's this thing that happens when you have a baby. Okay? Some of you may not have had kids, but so when you have a baby, that baby like stays near you, and then eventually the baby starts like crawling and they start like wanting to leave you. Okay. But so what happens is when the baby runs away from you, you don't follow the baby. You stay where you are and you let the baby go off, and then you let the baby come back. And do you baby proof the house? Yeah, you do. And you don't let the baby just go down the street and around the corner and shit. You have to keep it age appropriate. But there is a process that children have where they leave you and they go out and explore on their own, and then they come back. And the job of you is to let them go explore and to be waiting there for them when they come back, right? And so, like, school is like that, okay? Like school, like, for example, let me give you an example with my son, okay? I went and I volunteered at his school because I worked nights at a bar, and I only worked on the days he wasn't with me. So I was free on the days he was in school. So I would go volunteer. So at one point I went and volunteered. I can't remember. It was sometime during grade school. And I discovered that my son had been using a different name. Okay. He had been going by a different name at school. Right? Everybody at school called him a completely different name. And like, dude, I was like, oh, that's cool. Right? He's going to school, and he had a school personality, and everybody called him a name. There was a name he liked to be called. So for a while, for like 2 years or whatever, instead of Bryce, everybody at school called him Boris. And even the teachers called him Boris. It was like he had a whole like life carved out where he went and was just like a different person at school. But like, dude, a lot of kids do that. And they might go through periods of doing that for years. And you know what I'm saying? And like, but there are certain certain parents where like some MAGA parents may have gone there and flipped the fuck out, right? Or kids will go and they'll like, go and hang out and be like non-binary, or they'll use different pronouns, or they might like dress differently. They might bring some clothes to school and change when they get there. That's another common thing for kids, is that my sisters used to do that, right? My dad was like super strict with like, women couldn't wear makeup. His daughters couldn't wear makeup. So they would hide makeup in their bags. And when they got to school, they would put on makeup and shit. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And Bryce's, like his thing, he wasn't really different at school. He just used a different name. And he liked having a different name, a special name. I think he liked having this thing that was, and I even asked him, I was like, well, do you want us to call you Boris at home? Like, we can call you Boris at home too, or this can just be a school thing if it's like a thing that like you have separate than us. I think though, you know what it is, guys? I think what it is I think kids like to go to school and they like to have a life that they self-determine there. Okay. where whatever goes on at home, they go home and they have a home life, but they want to go have a school life, and they have a couple different adults, and they have adults that they look up to that may be a teacher or maybe an administrator. And so they might be the you know, for a lack of a better term, their favorite teacher's son for a couple hours a day. And they're developing other parts of their personality. They're being influenced by their friends, by their teachers, and they're exploring who they are and who they want to be and different modes of being. But like, guys, that is so normal. You know what I'm saying? That is like so normal for them to do. It's like the baby going 20 feet away and coming back. You're not supposed to run over there and pick the baby up and be like, how dare you went 20 feet away from me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Right? You're like, you're supposed to let them explore their identity. You know, it's a part of the process, I think, of them exploring their identity. You know, I mean, dude, it's just like, I don't know, man. But seeing this shit is pretty crazy. You wore a kilt for a year in high school. Let's go, dude. Oh my God. You know what I used to do in grade school, guys? I cursed. I know you're probably not going to believe that, but I cursed when in grade school, right? Like first and second grade, I went to school and I like used the F-bomb and swore up, down, and sideways. I was a cursor on the playground because my dad cursed at home and I couldn't curse at home. So I was with a group of boys that cursed. And I had a friend named Carl who lived down the street who was allowed to curse at home. And eventually, though, I got caught by the teachers. And then I got into a significant amount of trouble. And I got spanked pretty violently about it. But it didn't stop me from cursing. I just was a little more careful about how I used my cursing and making sure the teachers didn't fucking hear it. Dude, Stainless said I joined a gang. Are you being honest? Or are you joking there? Did you join a gang? But you know, I mean, the thing about this though is I guess people like explore their identity. You know, they explore their identity a lot. And I think this shit is pretty normal. Okay? I do. I think it's normal.
All the kids.
Look at that. Somebody's driving by honking in solidarity with the protesting kids. And this dad is like, dude, I'm going to take my kid out of school.
Fucking furry teachers on their bikes. Is this really what's going on?
Dude, he calls them furry teachers on their bikes because the teacher is wearing a hat. Like, bro, what is wrong with this dad? This guy is so messed up, dude. He is such a douche, right? And on their bikes, dude, because the teacher has like one of those furry hats on. Like, so he's a predator. Dude!
This is craziness. This is craziness.
Dude, what is he doing? Why is he going slow motion?
We got the blue hairs, everything. Are you serious? Yellow hair? Oh my.
Yellow hair? Dude, it's called being blonde there, homie. Dude, he said yellow hair. Dude, look at what Rabbit said. Rabbit said, it's true. I'm a janitor at that school and I personally clean the litter boxes for all the woke furries. Dude, these are the people, right? Like, this is the kind of guy that believes there's actually litter boxes. I'm telling you, this is the guy that he is convinced there's litter boxes. he sees a Facebook post and he's like, oh my God, he won't let his son hug his friends because that would be a sign that his son is gay, right? Dude, that's the kind of dude this dude is, bro. Oh my God.
My kid is at a woke school. What is going on? This is Cascade Middle School, everybody. Cascade Middle School in Washington State.
Oh, dude, there's a woke school in Seattle. I'm shocked. Oh, shit. Dude, shocking. Dude, like the wokest city on the planet, right? One of the wokest cities in America. And like, oh, but there's some woke people there. Dude, if I'm driving. Yeah, what is this guy? This guy's holding his phone while driving. This guy's breaking several laws.
Did you consent to that?
I didn't want to.
You didn't want to do that.
No.
Now, see, look at this. Do you see that right there? Did you consent to that? Oh, I didn't want to. You didn't want to. I think the kid probably did want to. He's scared of his dad. He can't say to his dad, Dad, I don't like ICE. I don't like what's going on. ICE are harassing my fucking friends at school. Like, we're worried, Dad. They're like, this shit is actually bullshit. Masked guys running around. This is fucking bullshit, Dad. I know you're probably a MAGA dude, Dad, but I'm not, Dad. I'm woke, right? I want to be woke, right? Yeah, no, the kid's going to get like he's going to get like a pillowcase beating if he fucking differs from his dad shit.
Also, the cops came up. One of the guys was like the guy with the megaphone, like a kid, who's like, do not talk to the federal thingamabobs, whatever it is.
Just believe I will be at the next school board meeting.
Yeah, dude, we believe it. We believe it, dude. Dude, we believe you'll be at the next school board meeting, and we also believe that everybody there is going to wish you weren't at the next school board meeting. Doesn't it make you sad? Like this is, but so anyway, so I got into it, and I said that the father is a controlling person. I called the father a redneck Karen. And I said, I feel bad for his kid. And like, these people should homeschool and stay on the fringes of society. Okay. And then like this guy said, you think it's okay for schools to bring students to unsafe areas? And I said, I think the kids made a decision and the school backed them. Right. And like, yeah, I'm fine with that. And then I went on to say, my kid is now 20, isn't an automaton. And he was never an automaton. Like, I allowed my kid, like, I didn't expect my kid to be a slave or to be like, what I wanted him to be. Like, I gave my kid the space to, like, be whatever he wanted. And dude, as you see, I'm getting ratioed in every one of these. And this person's like, these are middle schoolers, okay, is what this person is. But guys, here's the problem. Here's the problem with their reasoning. Is these same guys who are saying these are middle schoolers, if one of these middle schoolers, like I said, got impregnated or was going to deliver a rapist baby, they would force the middle schooler to have the baby. So they have, like, when they want middle schoolers to be like little baby kids that you can't do anything, they're like, then they're middle schoolers. But then when it comes to like their health care, they're like, no, now you can't. No, you're not allowed to, like, you know, you're not allowed to wear makeup. You have to deliver that baby, right? I'm sorry that you're 11, dear honey. I'm sorry you're 11, but you're old enough to have that baby, right? You know, you shouldn't have decided to get graped, honey, right? I mean, that's what they do, bro. And what I said, though, was I said, dude, this is a modern world, guys. Okay? This is a modern world. Okay? These middle schoolers are exposed to TikTok, to Instagram, to like various social media. If you can't handle your kids like existing in a modern world and you can't provide context, then you shouldn't have kids, right? Like, don't have kids. if you're expecting them to grow up in 1950, guys, because it ain't 1950 anymore. If you have kids, they're going to be on TikTok. They're going to be on Instagram. Their friends are going to show them like adult material at school, right? They're going to get exposed to political beliefs. They may have different beliefs than you. They may end up hanging out with like emo kids or non-binary kids. They might be gay, right? They you know what I mean? If you 1 in a million, you know, you might end up having a transgender kid, and you might have to struggle with them figuring out what their identity is for their whole growing up. Like, you don't know what cards you're going to draw from this shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, it is your responsibility to, if you're going to have them, to like let them have their fucking experience and at least like be a parent to them, which doesn't amount to like, hey, I gave you life. Now you have to do my bidding every second of the day. I mean, I realize that's a mega staple. Like the mega staple is you have to do what I say. Like they are all about like, I have the authority, right? And you know, what they do to us is they get the police on us, right? They call the cops on us, or they call ICE on us because they're going to flex their authority and shit, you know? But yeah, dude, that shit was crazy. But you see here, they're all like ratioing the crap out of me, right? And I continue in the harangue, and then they say like, calm down. And I'm like, don't tell me to calm down. I am calm. And then ultimately what I did was I hit them with this one. Where is it? I hit them with this one right here. Okay. About how you guys will make a huge deal about a protest, but where are you guys when you're forcing, you know, middle school age girls to deliver babies, right? And that's pretty wild, guys. It is. I mean, if you want to go read the thread, you calmer than you, dude. Dude, I mean, I basically just told this account though repeatedly. I was like, the thing is I am calm, but I'm also being vulgar, and I am, you know, using this strong language because you're a piece of crap. You know, you are propagandizing this like everything you do on your timeline. Much of the shit is lies to begin with. You know what I'm saying? And right? And you're the ones like, you know, you are a liar propagandist from the outset. So I'm not going to treat you like some respectable entity that I have to, right? That I have to like perform in a certain way, dude. Yeah, you know? And I mean, Jenny brings up a good point too, that like, where are these people like this guy's reacting worse to a protest than he would to a school shooting, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how many school shootings have there been in America? Does this guy go to Congress and say, hey man, there's a lot of school shootings and I'm worried about my kid? Dude, he's like, no, it's a woke school. Like, I got drunk on PBR and I was going to get to sleep till 4 p.m. But now I had to get up early because of the protest, go pick up my kid in a woke school. Now I saw people with yellow hair. Dude, he said yellow hair, bro. Dude. Oh, man, bro. So that was my morning. I mean, if you want to read the whole thing, here, I'll put a link to the post. If you want to go read the tweet thread, I'm not gonna read through it here because the language is pretty feisty. It's got some spicy language. What is PBR? PBR is Pabst Blue Ribbon. That is cheap beer. I look 10 years younger without the facial hair. I know. Yeah, that's what I do though, guys. I go through a cycle of being a young guy who then grows facial hair, and I turn into an old man, and then I shave it off and I be young again. And I go and do that cycle. But I know without the facial hair, and the reason though, I'm just lazy. Like, I think I even like it better without a ton of facial hair, but I'm lazy. I don't like to shave every day. I barely get out of my pajamas on most days. So, you know, but if you want to read it, you can go in there. Like, I go in there and I fucking challenge these guys, and they are, right? Dude, it's so funny because they're always saying they're always after the kids. Look at this one. The guy says he is a manager at Antifa, so he is admitting he is a terrorist. Dude, they never watch The Office, right? These people, they've never seen The Office. Oh, that's rich, dude. I'm a manager at Antifa, so he's admitting he's a terrorist. Dude. Oh, shit. Oh, that's funny. Dude, how embarrassing would it be to be a kid whose dad came to your school and acted like, yeah, no, I know, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, can you imagine that? Think about this, though. Think about this, guys. Like, these young people, okay? I guarantee you, like, what I saw from my kids growing up, okay? My kid's 20 now, so my kid was in middle school, you know, he was in middle school 6 years ago. Right? But he was in middle school during Trump's term, guys. And they had walkouts. Okay? They did. They had walkouts, and I can't remember exactly what they were about. I think some of it may have been immigration related, right? Because, you know, they were separating kids from their parents at the border. Remember, the child separation was really grueling, and I believe that there were walkouts. Okay? And yeah, they had walkouts in middle school. They didn't have, I don't think they had walkouts in grade school, but they did have like social awareness gatherings. Like the kids were allowed to have, you know, causes that they believed in and to speak up about them. There were definitely walkouts connected to BLM and later on, you know, I mean, some of BLM was in the pandemic, right, during the shutdown, but we went to a protest when he was in, I can't remember if he was in middle school or if he was in high school during BLM, right? He had just started high school, but there were, when he was in, I believe it was 9th grade, we did go to the big protest in Portland. At night, we went to the federal building, like the one that was on TV, where the protesters like trapped the federal agents in the federal building in the big wall of moms. And we did go and lock arms with the wall of moms and during BLM and go like down to the BLM city that was, you know, they had an encampment across from this federal building and our city let them have the encampment. And it did taste of tear gas. It was, but like, I wanted my son to see that. Okay. I wanted him to see what civil disobedience looked like. I wanted him to see what it is like to stand up for what you believe in. And I wanted to put it in context for him about what he was learning about the civil rights movement in the 1960s and things, you know, because it's like this stuff is a part of our history. Happy Black History Month to you too, Tony. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is a part of our history. Like literally, guys, the reason why you and your black friend can go sit at a fucking lunch counter together is because of fucking people who protested. Like, think about that, guys. Think about that shit. These guys are these MAGA shitters want to act like protesting is bad, questioning authority is bad. We would still be living in a country where like you would be using a whites only bathroom if it wasn't for young kids protesting, disagreeing with their parents. And sometimes it's not even about disagreeing with their parents. Sometimes it's about kids not being programmed like their parents were. Okay? They're like back in the 60s, a lot of parents were programmed to just look the other way while segregation happened. And the kids grew up and said, no, this shit is wrong, mom and dad. You got to stop looking the other way. You got to look at this. This is like not okay. You know what I'm saying? This is not okay, man. And like, I think that's important, guys. America was founded on protest. America was founded on rebellion. All right? We were founded on rebellion, people. So like, don't diss rebellion. It's literally what we were founded on. You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, though, you ready for this, guys? So, dude, 𝗙𝗫𝗏𝗃, let's go. Let's go with the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, 𝗙𝗫𝗏𝗃. But let me just say this, guys. You know, let me just say, oh, did I miss a gift? All right, let me go back and get the one I missed too. Dude, we are missing no gifts, boss. My bad. Oh my God, yes, stop stupidity with the gifted. Let's go. But now, guys, you ready? So here's the thing I want to say, okay? The thing I want to say is like, I think it's more than likely that his kid did want to protest. And I think it's more than likely that his kid has a whole life of his own at that school that he probably can't share with his dad. And to me, that's really sad because you know what's funny is like during my kid's upbringing, there were times where I thought my kid had more conservative beliefs than me and I would challenge them. And then there were times where my kid felt like my beliefs were more conservative or incorrect and he would challenge me. And our relationship, as Jenny will attest to, was many years of sometimes real headbutting because one thing my kid did get from me is the absolute inability to like back off when he's firmly ensconced in his point of argument. Okay. Dude, he's not giving in under like right or wrong, dude. He's going to the wall with that shit. So he and I had many circular conversations that would go on for hours. But like, you know, as frustrating as that was sometimes, I raised him to be like that, right? Like he was raised to challenge authority and to question it. And that included me. And like, of course, like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to teach him to be obedient, to be a stooge, to just bow his head down and say thank you while somebody like, you know, grinds him to the bone? Like, no, man, you do need to question authority. It is your job. It's your civic duty to question authority and to like question your own, you know, belief system. Like that's, I don't know. That's how you discover your inner activist. Like everybody's got to be an activist of some kind. But yeah, I don't know, guys. I that experience I thought was a big part of my day today was interfacing with that. You know, pretty wild, huh? Isn't that wild? Oh, but yeah, man, dude, these like MAGA parents. Now, I want to say one last thing. That yes, kids grow up too fast now. They do. Yes, social media is not entirely healthy for them. Okay? It's not. Okay? But 3, some of this growing up fast shit and the social media that's not healthy for them, it is a part of their existence. You can't ignore it. You have to contextualize it and you have to do battle with it because they're not going to escape it. They need to learn how to navigate in it, right? They need to learn how to use that unhealthy shit and how to like process it and process the world that they're coming into. Because, I mean, we all have unhealthy shit. Like when I was a kid, they were spraying us with fucking DDT, right? They had the little armored car that sprayed us with DDT, and there was lead paint, and there was like, you know what I'm saying? There was all kinds of unhealthy shit for us. And you know, people driving fast, drunk driving was like really crazy, and a lot of drugs. And now there's like less drugs in a lot of areas, and there's a lot of social media, you know. But I guess the point being that if you're going to have kids in the modern world, okay, if you're going to have kids in the modern world, you have to be prepared to contextualize the shit in the modern world they're going to face. And yeah, the armored car spraying DDT. Yeah. So when I was young in Wisconsin in like first and second grade during the summers, they had this like armored car vehicle that we called the Fogger that came and sprayed for mosquitoes. It sprayed some type of chemical. And we would get called in, like if you're outside playing, your parents would call you in, and this thing would drive down the street just spraying a fog that would like go on the grass. And then after it was gone, we'd go back out and play and in the grass of whatever they were spraying on that shit. And they did that, dude, like all the time. We used to watch it. It was like, oh, dude, here comes the Fogger. Dude, I loved it. I thought it was so cool. The thing, they still come through your neighborhood. Dude, it was like napalm, dude. You know, but yeah. And again, though, guys, I think if you're going to have kids in, you know, the 2000s, in the age of the cell phones and shit, you gotta be prepared. Right? Isn't that wild? Some wild things? Dude, there's a lot of wild things, man. Right? Distilled chemical from juniper and fir trees. Nice. Right? Let's go. Auger played Iron Man. You must be blocked. I don't think you're blocked. You see yourself on the screen. Right? They have some scary ass internal rules. Who's that? Oh, who are you guys talking about? Sprayed stuff for pests from the air? Yeah, dude. They have like all kinds of shit. Right? DDT did a job on you? No. Dude, DDT? Dude, I fucking breathe in DDT. Dude. Yeah, isn't that wild though? I mean, dude, mega parenting is like a joke, dude. It is. Dude, mega parenting, they don't, you know, they're not good parents. Okay? They don't really parent. They like control. All right? All right. So what are we hitting on? That was a little sidebar. I hadn't planned on going through that. I'm not super prepared today. I do want to watch a little bit of the Trump breakfast. The prayer breakfast, of course. Dude, like every time I see Trump speak, I start praying for the asteroid, right? MAGA parenting is child abuse. I mean, there's a lot of control. There's a lot of forced, you know, there's a lot of forced behavior that to me is like really alarming. And that's what's crazy about this shit too, okay? Is that like the thing that MAGA parents don't want to accept is a lot of times the shit that they're blaming on the teachers or on the school is about the like the kids are usually they're wanting the experiences they're having. They're not having shit foisted upon them by teachers. Okay, they just say that when they're like getting in trouble, or the parents say that when they're upset that their kid is different than them. And you know, a lot of like MAGA parents don't want their kids to have a separate experience at school. They want their kids to only have one worldview, one experience of how to be in the world. And you know what I'm saying? You kind of miss Reagan. See, I don't miss Reagan. You know why? Because in the time of Reagan, like too many people had blinders on. Like, I know that Trump sucks and I know that MAGA sucks, but I also know that there's way more people now that don't have blinders on, right? The thing about Reagan that was bad is everybody were sheeple, right? When Reagan was around. And people are like way more aware now. They are, like Reagan he buffaloed people too easily, He did. Dude, that guy was such a clown. Clown car. Dude, you're about to turn 50? Let's go. Dude, the 50s are good. Although it's different. I realize it's different for women turning 50. You guys have different pressures than we do, right? For guys, dude, we get better, right? We're 50 and like, ooh, we're more desirable. Everything's better for us at 50, right? And, women, though, they have different pressures, different aging pressures. It sucks, dude. It's like crazy. You miss Obama? I do. Somebody said they miss Clinton. I don't miss Clinton. I thought the 90s were actually pretty good. You're good, Leslie. I know you are. I meant like the way society is. Society, it programs people to believe that men get better with age. And then they also program society to make it seem like women aging is like this thing they need to avoid, right? It's like, so the social programming is so intense, right? The 90s were a good time, but like Clinton was like, dude, he was a dirty bird. Let's be honest, right? Clinton was pretty shitty. He was a pretty smarmy human being, guys. You think the best time is yet to come? Oh, definitely. Definitely. I will say that, like, I feel one thing I'm happy about is that my kids' schooling, most all of my kids' schooling was in the Obama period, which I'm thankful for, because I'll tell you, during the Obama period, like grade schools and middle schools were a little better, right? There was like a lot less bullying than when I was a kid. There was a lot more of like kids being able to personally express themselves and not this forced conforming. And there was a lot of people being nice to a lot of different types of kids during the Obama years that I'm glad my kid grew up in a non-polarized, much more like diverse and like appreciative of diversity environment. Because like right now, it's a little bit harder. There is a deep polarization. And so there's a really good chance that no matter what you are, if you are woke parents, your kid may go to school and start like being influenced by some of the Charlie Kirk, Andrew Taters. Or if you're a MAGA parent, your kid may be woke as shit. And those things are very polarized. Like, you have to be fucking prepared for that shit. I think today you have to be, you know what I mean? But what's interesting? What I remember like the thing that I remember was the show Facts of Life, right? I don't know if you guys, I grew up watching that show, Facts of Life, and Family Ties and Different Strokes. And like all of those shows were about like merging different types of people. And in particular, you had Family Ties, right? And Family Ties, though, was one of those shows where everybody was woke, except for Alex P. Keaton was like the Reagan kid, right? And remember, and his dad worked at public TV, and his mom was like, I think she was like an environmental lawyer or something. And they were like the wokest family, and they had this like Reagan loving kid. Like, remember? And they were so like, oh my God, dude. Right? Dude, It was so funny. Yeah, he always had his suit and tie. He carried an attaché case to school, dude. And you know what's funny about it though is now the sister Justine Bateman is like so crazy, like Trump woke. It's not even funny. The sister, like Justine Bateman, is total like brainwashed Trumpy. Now she is like one step away from being Roseanne. She is a nut. But yeah, man, dude, isn't that funny? Dude, Facts of Life was great. Dude, I had a huge crush on Blair, right? And then there was another show that I watched back then that I really loved. That wasn't on that long, but it was called Square Pegs. I don't know if you guys ever saw that show, but there was a show called Square Pegs that was like, I loved that show. It was like girls. It was a show about a group of girls that were friends that were like not popular. And Tracy Nelson was in it. Like, dude, I had such a crush on Tracy Nelson when I was younger. Oh man. Dude, Square Pegs was so good. And Tracy Nelson played like the not smart. I mean, everybody was like super stereotypical, but she played the not smart popular girl. And I was so in love with Tracy Nelson. Oh my God. I had such a mad crush. Dude, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, crazy. See, that was the thing, guys. Even thinking about my upbringing, you know how parents today want to complain about the internet. But let me just tell you, you know what it was in my generation, and maybe you guys had this, but it was cable TV, guys. Okay? We got cable TV when I was like 11. Okay? So I was in middle school, and we got cable TV. And I used to stay up and watch like Lady Chatterley's Lover and Porky's and The Last American Virgin and Zapped and all these like teenage shows when I was like 11 and 12. And I watched them at like 3 in the morning while my parents were asleep. And it was like the internet, guys. It was our version of the internet where we were watching shit that was like way outside our age range. And we were getting exposed to some shit that was like not for 11-year-olds. It was cable TV, dude. And we were like, whoa, dude. I remember turning that shit on. I used to go out and sneak downstairs, fucking 3 in the morning, dude. I would go through all the channels because I've always had trouble sleeping. So I'd wake up after everybody was asleep and I would go downstairs, watch all the channels. I was like, bro, well, bring it on, dude. Dude, it was amazing for me. Like my sponge mind, I watched it all. I used to watch like the 4 News and all of the shows and all of the movies. Dude, 10, Bo Derek, yeah. Dude, I watched all that shit. I ingested all of it. You know what I'm saying? I ingested all of it. Well, so the thing about the Bunny channel is my dad, eventually my dad got the Playboy channel and he would watch that shit while we ate dinner. So I also had that where my dad also exposed us to things that like you shouldn't have done. Yeah, no, my dad was pretty messed up. He would turn that shit on literally while we sat down as a family to have dinner. The Playboy channel would be playing on the TV set. It was pretty mental. So you know what I mean? Yeah, it was not okay. Right? Not okay. I think it was super harmful for my half sister, right? And my mom. I think it was like really harmful for them. More so than for me. I mean, it was harmful for me too, but it was really harmful for my sister and my mom, you know, to have that kind of stuff there, to have that type of objectification be like something that's being celebrated by your father figure and you're forced to like be in the room with it. You know what I mean? How was my mom down with that? I mean, she was damaged. She was damaged, and my dad was an authoritarian. You had to be down with what he was down with, or there was going to be, you know, like a door kicked in, or you were going to get slammed up against a wall. So like there was not a lot of room for debate in the household, and you know, and especially like with my half brothers and sisters who were my mom's kids, I had more leeway because I was his kid, and because I was a straight A student and was like always praised by teachers for being really smart. I pushed the boundaries, and I could push, and I would sometimes force the fucking, you know, some structural change and shit, because I had a little more, like, I got a little more leeway, and I took advantage of that power when I could to like protect and or, you know, take care of us in a way, because my mom and him were so damaged. So I like had to learn how to navigate that and sometimes be a protector, even though I was the youngest. I had an outsized amount of power. It was just a weird situation where like my dad was not educated and he was a very lost man. And I was like everybody was just like, wow, about me. So my dad like gave me a little bit more rope than everybody else. And I was able to then be a little willful and a little challenging in ways that none of the other half siblings could. Okay. Because they would have all gotten like hit way before. And so because I had that power, I would sometimes flex it on behalf of the other children in order to like help them have a little more freedom. And no, they're not still alive. They're dead now. But right. I watched a lot of MTV, man. I watched a lot of MTV. Right? A lot of it. Dude, I loved MTV. Dude, when they had music videos, like the first couple years of MTV, that shit was crazy. All right. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Dude, it was amazing. Man, I lived on the television. Like when we got cable, like, man, and I mean, for me, I was pretty, like, I was sick a lot. So I used to like stay home from school a lot, and I had no problem. Okay. Go Goslings. That's funny. Yeah. I had no problem like learning, like getting my homework done like super fast because school was really easy. So I spent most of my time with an encyclopedia in front of me and a television on with some cable channel on it. That was like my upbringing. I was raised by encyclopedias and media, and that was it. Nick at Night. I didn't really watch a lot of the Nickelodeon, right? I liked the adult stuff. I did. I gravitated always toward the adult stuff. I don't know what it was. I mean, when I was a little kid, I watched like Sesame Street and shit, but then I aged up pretty early. I did. I aged up pretty early. I mean, because I used to watch a lot of adult shows with my parents. Because like I said, my parents had a rule that if you watched shows with them, you could stay up late. So I liked staying up late. So I would watch the cop shows with my dad. I would sit there and watch, you know, Simon and Simon, Cagney and Lacey. Right? I would watch all that shit because then I got to stay up until 11 p.m. And instead of going to bed at like 9. So I was like, all right, dude, I'll fucking watch TV with you, Dad. Right? Because he loved those shows. And no, he didn't like Hill Street Blues. Right? I know we mentioned this before, but he didn't like Hill Street Blues. He liked the ones, like, he didn't like the ones that were super, like, he liked the ones that had the player. They had to have a player lead, right? Like, he liked the cop shows that had some, like, lover boy, like, police detective, right? That was my dad's MO, right? Hill Street Blues was a little too emotionally complicated for my dad. My dad was more like Vegas, and he did like Rockford Files and Heart to Heart. He watched Beretta. He liked the ones, Magnum PI. He liked the ones that had the heartthrob like lead that was like getting all the women. Hawaii Five-0, Knight Rider. Yeah, we watched all of those, right? All of those. Dude, let's go. Dude, KD says, thanks for being here, Tommy. Let's go. Oh, thank you, KD. Yeah, man, I was raised by the media boss. And I tell you though, guys, I'm telling you, they fucking, like, they said that was going to be bad for me. Okay. I was told when I was being raised on cable TV and movies like Porky's and shit and all that stuff and MTV, they told me all of that shit was going to be bad for me, video games, that it was all going to rot my brain. And like, they were wrong. Okay. They were wrong. That shit gave me exposure and an expansion of like viewpoints to draw from that allowed me to become a better, more competent thinker than my parents. Okay. Because that's just it, guys. Okay. And here's the thing. And I'm going to say this last thing. We're going to move on. We're going to go watch 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗹𝗀. But this is something that doesn't get acknowledged because people are saying, oh, the kids, they're not learning how to read. They're not learning arithmetic or whatever. They're not learning the 3 R's. But like, dude, their brains using like being on YouTube and using Instagram and chatting while simultaneously live streaming and scrolling through Instagram Reels, their brains are like 100 times faster than ours. They are processing information 1,000 times more cleanly and with more awareness than we were. They don't need to be good at the shit we were good at. Okay? That's not to say that you don't want them to simply be one-dimensional. You don't want them just like disappearing into TikTok or disappearing into one addictive game. You want them to have a full breadth of things, but like, dude, their brains are different. Okay? Their brains are different. So they don't need to like be taught the way we were taught. They need to be taught how to like operate in the world that they live in. Okay? They need to taught media literacy. They need to be taught how to research and how to verify if something is true or not. They need to be taught how to like, and I mean, it's funny though, guys, if you'll see it, a lot of kids now are teaching their parents too. How many parents out there where their kids are like, Mom, Dad, that's an AI video. What are you doing? Like they can tell the AI videos and the parents are like, what do you mean? Dude, I'll share a video and my kid's like, dude, that's an AI video, Dad. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, really? I thought that was a cute animal video. Dude, right? Dude. All right, dance party goal, let's go. All right, let's get it. Dude, we'll do it. We'll do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. But yeah, man, I just think that it is, it is important for us. I think it's important for us to see where they're at and to respond to where they're at and to recognize, because there's always a generational thing, you know what I'm saying? There's always a generational thing that says, oh, this new shit is ruining the world. You guys are missing out. Now I will say this though, my kid has said something consistently that he wishes there was more face-to-face interaction. Okay, this is something I've heard from a lot of Gen Z people, that they do have a chief complaint that much of their world is just in Discord, in Instagram, on Instagram, right? That so much of their world is not. They don't go to all ages clubs and hang out with their friends in a room. You know what I'm saying? And even what my son said when I was like, you know, you should go to college because you want to have that social experience. And you know what my kid said that made me realize, like, okay, if you want to quit college, go ahead. Dude, Paula, you make so much sense. Let's go. Thank you, Paula. But you know what my kid said to me? Because I was hammering away at the college, okay? And I wasn't because my kid is, like, not educated, because he is a rabbit hole researcher. He's educated. Like, oh, he went through a thing. He was curious about Islam. He started just reading everything about Islam in the Middle East and like learning about all those countries and shit. And then teaching me about what's going on in Israel with what he's learned and shit. Okay. And so he's very educated and very smart and very perceptive. But I wanted him to go because I wanted him, that is weird. Yeah, I don't know why the counter didn't fucking go with that, dude. That's weird. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. That is bizarre. Maybe the next one will come through. We'll have to see what happens. But, okay, did I set it to $5? Teal? Oh, okay, got it. I set it to $5. Okay. Let me remove the goal. All right, there we go. That explains it. Yeah, I set it to the wrong. To teal and higher. There it is. It's supposed to be light blue and higher. All right, there we go. Now the counter will go. All right, there we go. Let the audience get excited. There it is. But anyway, so the last thing I want to say about this, guys, is what was I just talking about? I had a good point here. Refresh me. What was I just talking about? I was just talking about something. Dude. Oh, I was talking about his college. Okay. So I was adamant with Bryce about wanting him to go to college to like have the social experience I was having and wanting him to go out there and like, you need to go and you need to have this like in-person experience. And you know what he said to me? Like, what he said was, he was like, Dad, you don't understand. When he had signed up for a community college, he said, when the class is over at the community college, it's not like it was when you were a kid. Those kids were not talking to each other after class. He said, when class gets over, it's 50 people on their phones walking out of class. And that's when it hit me what his reality was. That like, holy shit, that's the reality they're in, where they go into that communal space and they are all still on their phones, right? That is because their world is not necessarily in their local space, okay? Their world could be their friends or their content creators they watch from around the whole world, okay? And so it's like, it's fucking different. It's like a different world, you know? And is it good and bad? It's probably both. You know what I mean? Something is obviously it's good because they have access to more than just their local world. And so they have access to every viewpoint, everything under the sun, and they can learn about things of thousands of miles away. And that's really amazing. But the downside is that digital world can seem preferable, you know what I mean, than the right next to you world. And though a lot of our world is moving into that digital world, you know, a lot of our world is moving that way. We are much more isolated. Like, oh my God, guys, dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Like, let me tell you guys, you ready? You ready for my thing? Dude, Jenny said I was singing Bryce's praises. Jenny, I love you, babe. Dude, Ella, Tommy, your stream always brightens my day. Thank you, Ella. Appreciate you. So, you ready for this? I I hardly ever see human beings, guys. I shit you not. My world, okay? Here's my week. Normally, on a normal weekday, I will talk to Jenny. She's a human being I actually talk to. And then I don't talk to any other human beings. I will go to my massage therapist, and so I will talk to her. And then if I go to Trader Joe's, I will talk to the cashier. And maybe, you know, if I like chat a word or two or somebody in the space, right? And so like I pretty much talk to maybe 3 human beings a week in face to face. Dude, isn't that wild? Dude, and his name is Bryce. Yeah, but it's with an I. Dude, he's the traditional spelling, right? It's like that. Isn't that wild? Dude, that shit is wild, bro. Like, and it's so crazy. Like when I was younger, I used to have a fucking, I had a very large social like crew when I was younger. You know, there were like usually like a dozen of us that were in like some sort of, right? I was like the epicenter. Everybody would show up at my apartment. I lived on the first floor in LA, and they would come up to the window and fucking everybody used to call me Soul Driver. That was my band name. And so people would collect at my fucking window in my apartment. It was like the staging area. And now I'm like, dude, I hardly talk to anybody. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Dude, you put your son in Boys and Girls Club after school, got to interact a lot in college. He joined game clubs. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, see, Bryce, like, he did a lot of activities too. He did a lot of like, they have this thing called trackers here, and he did theater camps, right? So he was in a lot of that shit. It was just like, even, you know, I don't know. It just continues. A lot of them sort of live digitally there. I mean, you see it, right? You see it even with our fucking, look at our politicians are now like, hey guys, right? They're all doing the walk and talk, right? It's a wild world, man. But I talk to hundreds of people. I do, Leslie. I do, but it's different though talking to a chat. Okay? Like talking to a chat is different because I don't see your facial cues, right? I'm not reading like when I'm talking to a chat, it's like different because I'm reading all of your messages through my own context only. And you have a different experience because you're actually seeing me, right? And so your experience is actually your experience of it is better. It is. The person watching the streamer, your experience of it is better because you actually have a one-to-one with a person and you get to read their emotional cues. And I don't get to read the emotional cues. And there's like hundreds or thousands. And so, I mean, it's good. I like it. I do like it. And I do connect with your personalities, but it doesn't quite fulfill that thing. You know what I mean? Ooh, a video chat room sometime would be interesting, right? That's not a bad idea. See, you know what I thought would be crazy, guys? You ready? So what I thought would be next gen would be if the chat would be a camera instead of an avatar. If your avatar was a camera, so I could see your faces next to your chat, and maybe that'll be the future where like you could set it to camera on only or make it so camera can be on or off. So if you're having a bad day, you can turn the camera off. But that would be really interesting if your little circle profile pictures would have you guys. So, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Then we'd be able to see each other's social cues and shit, you know? Like, it definitely, the streaming favors the viewer. Like, it'll probably happen at one point. They're too small. Yeah, but you would then blow it up, right? You would have it bigger, right? Dude, maybe one day that'll happen. right? It'll be like a Zoom chat. Dude, and dude, is Gen Z aging like milk? Why? What did Thomas Paine say? Dermatologist said even the blue UV light from our devices causes early aging and wrinkles. Gen Z and younger are fucked, born with iPads glued to their faces. The blue, yeah. See, I don't know if that's true though, right? Because I literally have like been a blue UV guy, like over OD from the very beginning, and I am very young, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's accurate, right? Right? I mean, your doctor would probably know, your dermatologist, but like, I don't know about that, right? Use a red filter. Dude, I love the blue light. I love it. I live for blue light. All right, you guys, you ready to watch some 𝗙𝗙𝗶𝗶? We're going to watch Anna, and then we'll look at a little Trump, and then we'll look at close out with a little bit of Epstein. All right, I'm not going to stay on too late tonight, because I am going to try and get some, dude, Paula White. Dude, Paula White's my favorite. Dude, I love Paula White. That scream, dude. I can't get her scream out of my head. Dude, Laurel, let's go. FDJT, F-Ice. Dude, right? Dude, we got to watch it. All right, we got to watch Paula White, dude. I'm serious, dude. That scream of hers just gets me, dude. Hey! Dude, she's so good, bro. Where is she? Let's find her. Let's find her, boss. Paula White, where are you, Paula? I know you're in here, my darling. Dude, where are you at? Dude, Paula, my darling. Dude, why do those crazy evangelicals? I think they're so fun, dude. Oh, man. I know she's in here, boss. I know she's hiding. All right, we're going to have to search. Dude, there's no words. Paula White. She's so funny, dude. She is such a psycho, dude. She is. I got to find my favorite clip, though. Oh, there it is. Here it is, dude. You ready? Here it is. Dude, right? Dude, tell me, like, dude, she is nuts, dude. I can't, for some reason, that scream, I just love it, dude. Dude, she is like cray. Dude, she is like beyond cray. There is cray, and there is like 100 yards past crazy. And that's where Paula White has her digs at, dude. Dude. Oh, shit. Dude, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? She's a real person, dude. She is a nut. Watch this shit, though. All right, here we go.
Mahanda akasata, reke yamanda raboko sokota, ronda yakande eke seke la mama manda rabakase, medaraba.
Dude, speaking in tongues, bro. She is just going off.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory. For every enemy that is aligned against you, let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory.
Dude, look at her. Dude, her glasses are about to fall off her face, bro. Look at that shit.
Singing, I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain.
I hear the sound of crazy.
Victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the
Here
corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released right now. Angels are being dispatched right now.
Here we go.
For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement. Angelic reinforcement.
You got the guy walking back and forth behind her?
For I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of
Dude, tell me that's not like some weird Paul Thomas Anderson movie, dude. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? It is like we're watching some crazy fucking, The Master or some crazy shit. But guys, you ready for this? You ready for this shit? This woman is advising the fucking president of the United States, boss. Okay? Dude, this woman is advising our crazy dementia-ridden president. This fucking crazy woman, dude. This is like, and you see what they do? How she like repeats the word victory, 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 right? It's like but dude, I don't know why I am so fascinated by this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It is like they are like crazy. They are mental, but it is like brainwashing. It is like a type of chanting that they use to like build this feverish crowd control-y sort of excitement. Because when you do it, when you're in the room and everybody starts vibing with that, the people in the room will have an experience. But like the experience is like not God. It's the type of experience that you have when you're in a room of people who chanting that you build up to a frenzy. People have that at music shows. You get it in a concert, okay? You get it in the civil rights speeches. They used to repeat a phrase over and over. It's like a common way of like whipping up the energy of the room. But so what's wild about it though, guys, is as much as I find this woman offensive and as much as I think she is crazy, she's like really good at this, okay? She is really good at going into those mega church environments and like whipping up that energy. Like she is like surprisingly good at it. She is like a performer in this faith healer mega cult, like mega church cult world. And like, dude, there are other evangelists that are doing this shit that are whipping these people up and they're starting to politicize the church. And you're right, they're cons. They're like, but they're just like performers, guys. They're performers and their music is like the music of, like damnation, avoiding damnation. I mean, it's really mental, right? It is so bizarre, dude. Church demon is really well put. But guys, I know I keep talking about this and people are like, oh, sidebar. But like, guys, this, more than anything, this is what we are battling, guys. Okay? It is no longer political ideology. Okay? It is spiritual warfare being commissioned and led by people using these types of feverish techniques. And Donald Trump is working with these people. And his lock them up, USA, lock her up, lock him up. That is that same type of shit that they're feeding into. Okay? And this woman,
I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
She's batshit.
I hear the sound of victory. I hear the sound of victory.
All right? She is batshit, dude, with the weird guy walking behind her the whole time. Like, dude, they're crazy. Okay? And let me just tie this in before we go to Anna. Okay? Let me tie it in because I'm going to tie it into the video. But guys, we have to be aware of this, and we have to be like, we have to figure out, like, because we do have to battle this to some degree in our progressivism. There are younger people that are growing up a little on the conservative religious side that are buying into this because there are some young kids who are so overwhelmed by the online internet world that they're turning to religion as a means of like opting out and ducking outside of that information highway that everyone else is getting on. And the people who are getting on the information highway are becoming woke and evolved. And the people who don't want to get on the information highway are coping with the information highway by turning to this simpler and more robotic religion that is a bunch of people in a room together, even if it is weird and crazy. But like, look at this shit, okay? What was I going to show you? I was, fuck, dude. I'm having trouble. I'm so scattered. I can't remember what I'm tying in here. Oh, I was talking about Paula White. I wanted to go to the prayer breakfast, okay? Because look at this. Watch this, guys. This was today at the prayer breakfast, okay? This is now the President of the United States going to the national prayer breakfast, and look what he says, okay?
I don't know how a person of faith can vote for a Democrat. I really don't. And I know we have some here today, and I don't know why they're here, because they certainly don't give us their vote. I certainly know that we're not going to be convincing them to vote for a little thing called voter ID. It polls at 97%.
No, it doesn't.
And even the Democrat, the people, the voters, are at 82% for voter ID, but the leaders don't want to approve it. They said they will strike. They will not allow it to happen. It's polling at over 90%. It's called voter identification. When you go to the polls, you show if, yes, my name is so-and-so, and I live in
Dude, it's called voter suppression.
Country. I'm here, I can vote.
It's called Jim Crow, fucking piece of shit.
They say, that's not allowed. And no, everyone's trying to figure it out.
Yeah, groceries.
They do something to win. You know what it is? They cheat. But let's get on to another subject.
Oh, yeah, they cheat.
At that, they're the finest, probably anywhere in the world.
Oh, yeah, they cheat. Dude, he's at the prayer breakfast talking about whatever, cheating. But what he said there in the beginning, the rest of this is just nonsense. But what he said in the beginning there, right? I don't know how a person of faith can vote for a Democrat. And this, guys, is something that is happening more and more, okay? This has been happening since super PACs have allowed churches to funnel their money into political entities, since political power is now benefiting the churches. This is becoming a staple, okay? Much like that dad we watched earlier who's like, my son's in a woke school. Oh, woke is bad. They are now starting to add politics to their religious manipulation from the very beginning, where now they're not just teaching you in these mega churches that like, oh, praise be, here, praise Jesus and be a student of Jesus. They're teaching them praise Jesus, and the Democrats are demons. And if you vote for a Democrat ever, you're going to burn in hell. And so you need, like, no matter what happens, never, ever vote for a Democrat. Never, ever submit to a Democrat, because that is your ticket. Like, God's going to burn you in hell if you do that. That's what they're starting to do, guys. Okay? They are starting to raise kids in mega churches and some other churches like that. And you ready? You ready to see the other shit that they're doing, guys? That is so prevalent in those types of churches. I posted about this. I will never understand Republican women, because look at something else that is becoming a prevailing school of thought there, guys. It is this. You ready? Where is it? It is this. The best way to save America is to repeal the 19th Amendment. Women have proven that overall, they are too emotional to make rational voting decisions. This is starting to become more prevalent in these evangelical churches, which is a straight up, like, you're too emotional. You can't lead. You can't be a boss. You shouldn't even be voting, honey. You need to be birthing kids, and you need to be taking care of your hubby while he's out there making the rational decisions. And it's been going on forever, but like, it is picking up new steam of these guys openly saying this. And I mean, guys, it is not just like the crazy guys. Okay, if we look at some of these other pastors, right? Like this guy, Greg Locke from the Global Vision Bible Church, he's another one of these. Okay, let's see if he says it. I bet he does. I bet he's got a 19th. Right? Oh, he doesn't have one? All right, he doesn't, but he is that brand, okay? He may not be openly saying it, but who's the guy who blocked me? The pastor with the leggings. Dude, yeah, so that guy's out there, but it is, Partridge, that's who it is. Dale Partridge, okay? This guy blocked me after I ratioed the shit out of him. This guy is the Kingsway, Arizona, okay? The Kingsway Reformed Church. He blocked me, but, right, he is like, he's a big proponent of the 19th, the anti-19th movement, okay? Right? There he is. Repeal the 19th and restore the household vote, right? Oh, dude, Pastor Leggings. Dude, this is the guy who wrote that thing about crack-sucking leggings. Okay, remember? Remember this guy wrote about crack-sucking leggings, his trip to Flagstaff. This is when he blocked me because I ratioed the shit out of this dude, bro. Dude, oh my God, dude. I ratioed the hell out of him for like shaming women, and he blocked me after that. I got in his replies a whole bunch, but like, dude, they all look the same. Dude, they all look like Matt Walsh clones, right? They're all like skinny and pale, and they have awkward looking beards, and they look like you don't want to go into their incognito internet browsers because you're going to be real scared of what you find in there, bro. Right? Dude, they all have the same look. The bearded creep, dude. AI pastor. But guys, these guys are heavy on the repealing the 19th. Okay? This is their new movement. And he posts about it a lot, dude. Every couple weeks he fucking posts about this shit. Okay? And dude, Andrew Wilson, is he another one? There's a lot of them, guys. There's a lot of them. They're trying to bring this back. Okay? Is he another one of these guys? Oh, yeah, this guy. There's another one too. They all look like Matt Walsh, dude. They all look like Matt Walsh. Let me go to my profile. Let me see. I always call them Matt Walsh looking. Right? They all have that Matt Walsh creeper look. But there's another one. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, Joel Webbon. This was the guy I'm thinking about. Joel Webbon. Another one, dude. Yeah, this guy. He's another one, dude. He's like hanging out with Nick Fuentes, right? And he's another one who is on the big, right? Repealing the 19th so we won't be overrun by foreigners in the first place, right? Female, repeal the 19th, okay? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's like they're blaming fucking, you know, like immigration on women voters, dude. Isn't that crazy? Dude, isn't that wild? These guys are so mental, and Right Response Ministries is his thing. Dude, 14 in 1 minute. Oh my God, guys. Dude, shit, we need 14 in a minute and a half. Oh shit, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't notice the dance goal. Come on, dude. All right, we're going to bang it out. We'll try in a minute, or should we just start it again? Should I just reset it? I can just reset it. We're probably not going to hit 14 in a minute. Let me just reset it. Otherwise, we'll get a bunch and then we won't hit it. Dude, Furrow, let's go. Dude, let me reset. Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗏. All right. You want to go for it? Dude, I don't know if we're going to make it 50 seconds. I think I'm going to have to reset. Dude, 14 in 1 minute. Yeah, I'll reset it. Okay? We'll fucking... All right, bye-bye. All right, dude, I lost track and we fucking disconnected temporarily. Dude, what the hell, bro? Got to refresh. There we go. Dude, sorry, had to refresh. Lost track and we disconnected. But guys, so I started a new goal, but you ready? I did it only for 15 minutes, okay? So let me just show you. It's a 15-minute goal. So we're going to bang these out, okay? We're going to bang this out and fucking just get this so we don't have to sit for another goal. We'll just bang it out and then we'll move on to 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗏. But yeah, dude, these guys are like the future. This, I know this sounds crazy, but like this, guys, is the future of what we're dealing with, guys. Okay? This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a like, dude, Ella, let's get it. Let's go. We're dealing with this like religious takeover. You know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds crazy, but I bona fidely believe that they are trying a religious takeover. Why do they have beards? I believe I have an answer for that. Stop stupidity. Let's go. Rock on, boss. Let's go, Furrow. I think two things. I think one of the main reason they have beards is they see the thick facial hair as like hyper masculinity. Okay, because men can grow beards like that. To hell with all these creepy bearded weirdos. I believe that they see it as a hyper masculinity sort of thing. Okay, that's one of the reasons. The other reason is I think it actually allows them to hide. Okay, it does. There is a certain hiding that comes with bearding. These guys are memes, not politicians. Quarg, you're right. These guys are not politicians. They're not politicians. But I think they're trying a new religious, right? They're trying a new religious sort of takeover, okay? It is a spiritual warfare. And what it is it is trying to give the church the political power, okay? That's what it is. Like, churches do have power. They're tax-free. They are, they're not regulated in any way. They usually have boards and whatever that they can hide their behavior and they can exist outside of the normal world for the most part, but they don't have the political power. They have been subject, like the outside morality has been something that they have felt is foisted upon them by demons or atheists or whatever. And now they want the political power because now they don't pay taxes on money and they're able to funnel that money into super PACs. They're able to talk about politics in their churches and they're able to buy political power, which then can, prevent them from having to follow the law. I mean, they get all kinds of religious exemptions. Don't want to take vaccines, religious exemption. Don't want to bake a cake, religious exemption, right? Discriminate against the LGBTQ, freedom of religion. They're trying to ensconce this shit. And yes, we do have to do something about this. And this is why J.D. Vance in particular would be an extraordinarily negative guy, because he is like deeply fucking Catholic, but he's not deeply Catholic. He's deeply like modern political power Catholic is what he is. But he is in deep with those like super hyper Catholic sort of weirdos, But yeah, this guy is such a clown, dude. Like such an idiot, bro. Like, what does he say here? Look.
Now, here's a hint.
Dude, they always have the worst music. The music I'm gonna get copy pinged, so I'm not gonna put it on with the music. But sexual degeneracy and the new right, right? Dude, let's go. Mega pastors for labor sims. Let's go. LOL. Let's go. A warning to young men. King Solomon gave men a command, not a suggestion, not a vibe, but a command. Drink water from your own cistern, flowing water from your own well. Do you hear it? Let me say it again. Drink water from your own cistern. What does that mean? You're only supposed to jerk it? Is that what he's saying? How's he going to turn this into men? Flowing water from your own well. Right now, here's a hint. That's not about water. What's it about? Solomon is talking about plumbing. He's talking about thirst. And more importantly, about where thirst is allowed to drink. Dude, what the fuck, dude? He's taking something about drink from your own cistern, and he's trying to say, like, don't have sex. Dude, what is with these weirdos? Look up Doug Wilson. He's the one that started it. All right, Kids Cat, we'll look at it. Dude, Jolie, let's go. 10 minutes. Let's go. We got it. We're getting it this time. Dude, we got the awareness. Stop stupidity. Thank you, boss. Dude, David Morris, like manosphere dudes, but through religion. Yes. Dude, David Morris. So you know what's interesting is like the manosphere and these guys are sort of working in lockstep to a degree. Okay. Because the manosphere guys, if you look at them, they always use religion. Okay. Whether it was Myron Gaines or Andrew Tate, they do talk about God. These guys, even Aiden Ross sometimes talks about God. Okay. Sneeko talked about God. Nick Fuentes talks about God. And they do that because it's like it legitimizes them. If you're talking about God, A, you're playing on people's religious beliefs, and B, though, it's also like a sign that you're a good guy. Like we've let it become where if you're a man of God, that means you're moral and good and you're doing good for the world. But like, no, it's usually the worst abusers go in there because it provides them cover. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, Spurzan. Stop stupidity. There you go. Spurzan says, go Spurs, go. Rock on, Tommy. Great job, mods. Yep, good Gort. Will Furrow coming in hot with the heart butterfly. Let's go. Dude, stop stupidity again. Being fierce and ferocious as usual, like with multiples. Holy shit. Dude, there we go. We got Jolie coming in with the multiple dances. 4 more. Banging this shit out, dude. Easy. 3 more. Miranda. These men are Delulu and on the DL. I swear to God, there are a lot of them on the DL. Okay? There are a lot of them on the DL. But yeah, this is the guy, this is fucking Hegseth's pastor, right? All of Christ for all of life for all of Moscow? Christkirk? What the fuck, dude? Oh, Moscow, Idaho, dude. All right. I'm like, dude, what? And of course, Moscow, Idaho, dude, Idaho is crazy. Dude, Will Furrow, let's go. Dude, stop stupidity, let's go. There it is. Done and done. Oh, he lives in your town? Are you from Moscow? Dude, no way. All right, it did happen. Dude, we knew it was coming. Dude, this shit is crazy. These guys are so, right? Like, they're so creepy. Look at those guys, dude. Like, dude, you're in Moscow? Let's go. Dude, they are so, like, this shit is nuts, bro. Shit is nuts, dude. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these, okay? I am not. These guys, these Christian nationalists, they're very dangerous, right? And there's the TPUSA guys are part of this shit too, okay? And there's basically two things. It's like, it's white Christian, right? Men. That is their thing, right? That is their entire leadership structure. Is you're white, you're Christian, you're men, okay? And that's it. Everything else is subjugated underneath that, okay? Like invaders, foreign invaders, nope. Women having power, nope. Women having jobs, nope. Right? You know, oh my God, the abuse in these spaces is insane. I mean, it they abuse so many kids, and even before it becomes like SA, it is like emotional abuse and psychological abuse from the very beginning, from the get-go of like training people to know it's almost like a caste system in a way, but it's not, but it feels reminiscent of that because they are taught from the very youngest age, like if they're a woman or if they're a guy, exactly what they're allowed, you know what I mean? And you're not allowed to really cross over, which is weird though, because that's where you have somebody like Paula White. That is pretty bizarre because she is out there being one of those spiritual type leaders in a system that pretty much the tongue speaking environments don't want a woman pastor, a woman faith leader, right? That is like, so there's some hypocritical like shit going on there too. And they're gentrifying Moscow, Idaho? Are they? Dude, there's a school there, right? What school is in Moscow? I know that name from somewhere. There's a music venue there that I think. We find out. Oh yeah, John's Alley. Okay. Right? University of Idaho is there. And so I'm looking on my map up here, trying to see where it is in the state. Okay, yeah. All right, so yes, no, now I know where it is because you're right down the road from Pullman, right? And you have it's where those murders were, but you're also near Pullman because that's where I know it from because there's another school in Pullman, okay? And there's like, I think fucking, dude, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Doug March, what was his band? Dude, that he later moved to Boise. But what was Doug March's band? Fucking, dude, what's his fucking band? I think they were from Moscow, right? Hold on, I'm finding it. His band was from Built to Spill, right? I thought they were founded. Oh, I guess they were Boise, but they used to play there all the time. Okay. Built to Spill. But yeah, all right. So now I know where it was. I'm like, dude, I knew the name was super familiar because of there's like tour stops, like bands would play in Pullman and then bands would play in Moscow. And then don't you guys have like a tree fort festival or some shit like that? There's like a music festival that I think is in Moscow, isn't it? Like Tree Fort or something, or somewhere in that neighborhood that used to be like a pretty big thing. Built to Spill, they're from Boise, but they used to play there. Isn't Tree Fort? Isn't that a Moscow thing, right? Right, the Tree Fort Festival. I swear I've heard of that. Oh no, it's in Boise, but dude, I swear it used to be in fucking Moscow, right? Maybe not. Maybe I'm fucking wrong. I think there's something there. There's something that goes on there. Tree Fort is Boise? Okay. But there's something. There was some music festival or some shit they used to have there. Let me see. All right, Tree Fort is Boise. I'm now Googling, dude. We're on a tangent. Rendezvous in the park? No, that's not what I thought it was. All right. Yeah, all right. All right. Maybe I'm like, yeah, no. I'm imagining some shit. Maybe I think I extrapolated Tree Fort over to Moscow. But John's Alley though was a definite tour stop. Dude, so Anna, you ready? All right, we'll go look at Anna. You guys are chomping at the bit for a little 𝗙𝗃𝗃. We had our little Christian nationalist shit. Dude, Paula White. Dude, so, all right, we got to look at this shit, dude. So Anna has an episode of Her Take. And there's a woman that got added to this, okay? Her Take is like, something went on with Her Take where they have changed it, okay? But Lindy Lee, so basically what they did was they had like a format change, okay, where they have this person named Caroline Sunshine is the host of Her Take, and then they had Anna and Lindy Lee listed as the panel, okay? Now, this is like, it's pretty wild what goes on here, because Anna like flips the fuck out on this woman, okay? Yeah, there's something, I think there might be, I think this show is probably going to disappear, okay? I really do. I think this show is on its way out. I mean, once Jillian left, I mean, Lindy Lee is like not a fucking draw at all because she's so phony. Lindy Lee is. She's such a liar, dude. And she's not smart. And so they brought on this person, Caroline Sunshine, who I've never heard of before, but she looks a little like Tommy Lauren, doesn't she? She's got that Tommy Lauren vibe to her. All right. Wait. I want to look her up. Caroline Sunshine. This is her. I inherited a mess and I'm fixing it. Dude, I've never fucking heard of her, but look at her, dude. She has a clip on here, right? From 𝗙𝗃𝗃, and this is how the left treats you when you don't use their politically correct language. So Anna just flips on this woman, dude. Dude, I had never heard of this woman before. Caroline Sunshine. I have no idea who this woman was. Okay. She is some Fox News contributor, right? Like, dude, here, I don't know what her deal is. Oh, she's going to say something about Bad Bunny. Let's see Caroline Sunshine.
You couldn't get into the Grammys last night without showing some ID and going through a security checkpoint. So I guess people in that room agree with President Trump on a lot more than they think. They just want it for themselves, not for anybody else. Also, since they love illegal immigrants so much, they should have just invited them all to the Grammys. They could have watched Bad Bunny win Album of the Year. Wouldn't that
Dude, Bad Bunny's a U.S. citizen.
have been fun? You couldn't get into the
Dude, you love that though, right? This is their thing. Oh, you love illegal immigrants. Oh, you love immigrants. Like, have them all stay at your house. Like, oh, really? Like, oh, are a bunch of like undocumented people staying at your house? Like, right? I mean, it is literally a second grader's argument with these people. Like, oh, yeah, oh, that's right. Because what? If an immigrant family moves to America, they're not staying at your house, Caroline Sunshine. You're not forced to drive them to work, you fucking idiot. You know what I'm saying? And Bad Bunny's a U.S. citizen. So are all the fucking people in Puerto Rico where he was born. They're so dumb, dude. They're like so dumb. She was former Trump campaign deputy comms director. Of course. And now let me just tell you though, you ready? Why did Caroline Sunshine get the deputy comms director job in the Trump campaign? Why? Because she's like a bottle blonde. That's why. Okay. We know why she got the job. She didn't get the deputy comms job in Trump land because she was good or because she was like an amazing comms director. She got it because Trump liked the way she looked. So he liked being in the room with her and being able to look at her and fantasize about her, about graping her and shit. That's what he does. He hires like 20-year-old women so he can like fantasize about them while he's in the room with them. Because he's not even listening to what they say. He doesn't care what they do for a job. He just wants to like fantasize about them. He's so gross, dude. He is, dude. Trump is like so gross. Okay. But anyway, so this, right? She says Hollywood's real religion is liberal wokeism.
Just, they sound out of touch. Why don't they just zip it?
So it's interesting. If you notice, Bad Bunny says, before I thank God, I'm going to talk about ICE. And that's because his real religion is liberal wokeism, as is the religion of everybody in that room, which is why they were all nodding along performatively. Interesting. You couldn't get into the Grammys last night without showing some ID.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Oh, yeah. To show some ID to get in. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. To show ID to get in. You have to show ID to get in a bar. So therefore, like the SAVE Act, oh, we got to make sure we disenfranchise women and people of color because you have to use an ID to get in a bar. My name is Caroline Sunshine. Donald Trump has jerked it to me 5,000 times. Right? All right, you ready though? Let's watch this though. Her and Anna, they don't like each other. Okay, so we're gonna watch a couple minutes of this. All right, guys, we're gonna watch a few minutes of Anna and Caroline Sunshine because, guys, let me just tell you. First off, I want to pause about the voter ID because here's the deal: you show proof of citizenship when you register. Okay. You don't need to have voter ID at the polls because you register and you show proof of citizenship. So there is voter ID. You have to show your voter ID to register. And then once you registered, you're just going to vote. So there's no need to have an ID to go to vote. You vote mail in at home. They have signature matching, but there's already voter ID in all states. You need the ID, you need the proof of citizenship when you register, and then you're fucking after that, you can vote. So, like, it's so dumb. But they want to get rid of mail-in, though, guys. Okay? And it's real simple, because first they want to disenfranchise women, okay, with the name change shit, where their married name is different than their birth certificate. Then they want to disenfranchise people of color who may not have access to a birth certificate, rural hospitals, right? Or older people of color that don't drive, that don't have unexpired licenses or maybe can't afford a real ID, okay? That's number two. But then the other thing they want to do, guys, is they want to end mail-in voting. Yes, trans people would be disenfranchised because they're going to have maybe discrepancies on their ID and their birth certificate, but they want to end mail-in voting. And why do they want to end mail-in voting? So they force you to go to the polls, and then they can start closing precincts or slowing it down. So you have to stand in line for 16 hours to cast a vote. right? And or they can have ICE show up, and then none of the Hispanic people are going to show up and vote. I mean, they want to force you into this controlled environment where they can suppress your vote as well. Now, let me just tell you, we have mail-in voting in Oregon, and it's amazing. I will never not mail-in vote. I don't have to go to the polls. I don't stand in line. We get a booklet that explains everybody's policy positions. You can read about them. The whole family, we would sit at the table and discuss who we were voting for and why, and like talk about our candidates and learn about some of these measures together. And it was like a great thing. And then it's so secure though, because you have a signature card, right? And let me just tell you, with my son, Bryce, he registered at school. Okay. They did it at school. They had a voter registration and his signature was one way. And then 2 years later, he voted in a House election and his signature was different because he had been adulting for 2 years. And Oregon flagged him. And they flagged him and sent him an email notice saying your signature didn't match. Now you have to go through this verification process. And they forced him to go through a verification process in order for his vote to count. And that was simply the craziest, like the tiniest change in signature. This shit is so secure, guys. It is like more secure than going to the polls. Because guys, who can't get a fake ID, right? You know what I mean? Like fake IDs, or if it's all paper ballots, what's preventing them from throwing out thousands of Democratic paper ballots or setting them on fire or some shit? Like, you know, I mean, come on, man. This idea that, you know, all of this stuff that you can't cheat if there's in-person ballots, like, give me a fucking break, dude. You know what I'm saying? Just give me a fucking break, dude. This shit is nonsensical. But all right, let me go to the bathroom, and then we're going to come and fucking, you know, we're going to hammer away at this. Why are we only just now talking about this? Dude, we've been talking about this for a while, actually, around here. All right, I'm going to leave you with a song. All right, I'll BRB. One sec. Let's go. All right. Sorry, I had to take a quick Trump, okay? So it took a hot minute. Sorry about that. So anyway, guys, we're about to see Anna have a fucking meltdown here. But what I am curious about, dude, Lindy looks like she just realized MAGA hater. Dude, I'm really curious though why Caroline Sunshine is the host and why Lindy and Anna are just the panel. Like, isn't that wild that PBD has this show and like Jillian was the host and then Jillian leaves because of Anna, but they don't make Anna the host. Like Anna's not the host, right? You refuse to watch Anna. I know, but she's like fucking melting down here. Because I think it's interesting because we've seen Anna pivot to the right, right? We've seen her pivot to the right, but guys, now she's like blowing up the right. Like, where is Anna gonna go? I'm so confused by her because watch her behavior here. We'll just watch a couple of minutes. We'll go back a couple of minutes because I think they're warring. But like, let's just watch this. It is very confusing because Anna was fighting with the left. And then she pivoted to the right, but now she's like fighting with all the right. And like, you know, and she's not really defending the left. She's like in a no man's land, sort of. I think she's going to really have left, I think, is Tucker Carlson, dude. Dude, it's going to be Anna, Cenk Uygur, and Tucker Carlson. That's it. All right, here we go.
Gervais, I'm so sorry. I think he made a really good point. If you do win an award tonight, don't use it as a platform to make a political speech. You are in no position to lecture the public about anything. You know nothing about the real world. Most of you spent less time in school than Greta Thunberg. He has a point. In 2024, we saw in glaring detail, we saw in 4D how little celebrity endorsements mattered. I mean, almost all of them, all of the major Hollywood celebrities came out and endorsed Kamala Harris.
Dude, by the way, isn't it funny how they're like celebrity endorsements don't matter? But like, bro, you cannot walk 6 inches in MAGA world, okay, without running into Nicki Minaj right now, right? So do celebrity endorsements matter or do they not matter? Oh, they don't matter when they're left wing, but if it's Nicki Minaj, like, oh shit, dude, now the celebrity endorsement is like, we can't escape it. Everywhere I go, I see a fucking Chucky doll, somebody talking about satanic cults or some shit, dude. Dude, the American brain is like scrambled eggs, dude. It is. The American brain are like, just like, we are so zonked, dude. We are, dude.
And we all know how that turned out. No one really cares what. I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, Lindy, but like, I agree. Yeah, no one really does. Like, I genuinely don't care what Eilish thinks about anything. And so why does this topic keep getting recycled? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, why do people get so riled up about what they have to say, even knowing that these are just celebrities and they have really no influence on our politics anyway?
Well,
right? Like, I don't care.
mean, from
even
a
if I agree
standpoint,
entirely or disagreed entirely.
Telling them you got to pick a cause. You got to show that you're compassionate. This is literally what happens. They have an agent and the manager.
Dude, you got to show that you're compassionate, or maybe just artists are compassionate. Like, this is what's so funny about these guys. You ready though? What's so dumb is look at Lindy Lee. Lindy Lee is saying they do have an impact. First off, they do. They absolutely do. They have an influence. But what Lindy Lee says, oh, they have an agent. Their agent says, you got to pick a cost. You got to be compassionate. It's like, no, Lindy Lee, they don't. All right. Maybe for some shitty person, like if you have a shitty person who's a terrible like artist, they may have an agent that strategizes that. That's far more likely to be a right winger that does that. But like, artists are simply activists. Every artist is an activist. Every single artist. That's why they became artists, because they had some issue with conformity, with society, with like the way they were told to be. And they decided, no, I'm going to be something different. Screw you, right? I'm not going to go become a stockbroker. I'm not going to become a nurse. I'm not going to become a fucking CEO. I'm going to go fucking play guitar all day and party, and I'm going to fucking go entertain people. And you know what I mean? And dude, Kid Rock, he's a fake though. He's a rich kid who's pretending he's from a trailer park. But you know what I mean? Kid Rock, dude, they're so funny, dude. They're like, but all right, let's listen to Wendy Wee. But Anna, though, she has a fair point. If they don't have any influence, why are you getting all worked up? And if they don't have any influence, why are you treating fucking Nicki Minaj like she's the second coming of Jesus?
Show that you're compassionate. This is literally what happens. They have an agent and the manager tells them, you should find something that you quote unquote care about to show that you're more than just a pretty face. It's part of this. It's the same playbook over and over again. And
I think it might be. I think it might be more pressure from ordinary people as opposed to the agencies, because the agencies see politics as kryptonite. The more political you get, the harder it's going to be to, appeal to broader audiences.
Well,
but
if you're I do think it doesn't matter. And the entire Hollywood is captured by this, right? And that's why a lot of
the entire Hollywood is captured. Dude, look at her. Here she comes.
Conservative celebrities, they're blackballed.
I think it's to your question, Anna, I think it's the tone. Like, I don't think anybody has a problem necessarily with celebrities saying what they want. That's the First Amendment. Conservatives are all excited because Nicki Minaj is, speaking out on things that align with them. I think it's the
Nicki Minaj. Can we pause and say that Nicki Minaj is saying everyone's doing satanic cults? Nicki Minaj is saying the moon landing didn't really happen. Nicki Minaj is right? Dude, what the fuck is going on with Nicki Minaj? Okay, can I just break out the photo, dude? Every time I hear the phrase Nicki Minaj, this is what I see, guys. There we go, dude. Moon landing didn't happen, right? Dude, what is her deal, bro? That's Nicki Minaj after she ate a scone. Dude, that's an actual shot of Nicki Minaj. She ate a scone, dude. All right, here we go. You ready? All right, let's go.
Tone. And I think why Ricky Gervais is mounting out what they want, that's the First Amendment. Conservatives are all excited because Nicki Minaj is, speaking out on things that align with them. I think it's the tone. And I think why Ricky Gervais's monologue that year.
Oh, it's the tone. So you're allowed to speak out, but you have to have the right tone? Like, what? I mean, really? Are we buying that? The tone? So Nicki Minaj sitting on a couch calling someone a sea sucker. Remember that? Remember when Nicki Minaj was calling somebody a sea sucker? Right? Oh, yeah. Is that the right tone? You got to use like anti-LGBTQ slurs? Is that what you got to do? Is that the tone? The tone. Oh, the tone. By the tone, mean if the tone is not mega. What tone can you use? You can use the tone that is mega. Mega. You're allowed to do many tones. You can do mega. 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 A great many tones. Dude, I want to hear that again. What? Oh my God, the tone.
Anybody has a problem necessarily.
Right,
that's why a lot of conservative celebrities, they're blackballed.
I think it's to your question, Anna, I think it's the tone. Like, I don't think anybody has a problem necessarily with celebrities saying what they want. That's the First Amendment. Conservatives are all excited because Nicki Minaj is, speaking out on things that align with them. I think it's the tone. And I think why Ricky Gervais's monologue that year has gone as viral as it has is because it's the tone that these celebrities take that is so out of touch. F ICE, nobody's illegal on stolen land. She really thought she did something. But you know what? She lives in a gated community. She has bodyguards. Her job is...
She did do something, right? She lives in a gated community on stolen land. and she recognizes that she's owns property, very expensive property. She's wealthy on stolen land. And so that comes with a responsibility of like treating human beings that don't have $14 million houses like they're with dignity and respect. And like maybe she does some activism to help native populations. Okay. We don't know what her activism is like, but we do know though that at the very least she's acknowledging it. Okay. And she's acknowledging that no human being is illegal, which is absolutely true. Okay. This idea that you're illegal or illegal, legal or illegal, or that we came to America and we took all of this because we had better weapons and we profited from it because we enslaved people and took everything from them for hundreds of years. And after all that, now we're going to decide, oh, if you want to come here and you want to profit off this thing that the enslaved black people built that on the land that we took from the natives, like you can't. Sorry, you can't get into this club. This club is only for like Whitey who fucking took it all, right? It's like, fuck that, bro. And it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor or you live in a gated community or you live in an apartment. It's still just acknowledging the reality, okay? You can be rich and live in a gated community and also realize that you're profiting off something that was stolen from native people, and you can get in touch spiritually with like the pain of the native people, and you can go in and fucking feel some of that pain, and then you can put it into your art. I mean, it's like the pain is there, and that's the difference. The difference is acknowledging the pain underneath your beautiful gated community versus walking around like there is no pain while you cause pain to everybody with ICE and with your anti-trans laws and with the way you dehumanize people. You're just causing pain everywhere because your fucking gated community is like ignores the fact that it's on stolen land and that it was born of blood, you know? And it's the difference is like, do I recognize everything I own in the blood that gave it to me? Or do I pretend like I just got it because I'm so goddamn special, that I'm so much better than everyone else, so I deserve to have this paid off house on this fucking plot of land, you know? And so like, man, that's where these conservative people, like, they don't get it. And they're like, oh, somebody went to her door. Some guy from Britain stalking her. Oh, let me in, stolen land. That means I can come in your house. They think they're all being cute. And they're like, dude, fucking shut the fuck up. They don't get it. They don't get it because they don't want to acknowledge the blood cost that gave them their profit, you know? And Billie Eilish does good shit, dude. Dude, I mean, if you listen to her, not just her music, but if you listen to her talk, like she's a feeling human being, okay? And she cares. She wants to do good with the world. She didn't set out to get rich and powerful so she could control a bunch of people and fucking call the shots. She made heartfelt music and happened to blow up and has had to like wrestle with being famous and wrestle with the dark side of being famous. She's not a power monger up there that it just went out there, I'm going to be super famous and powerful. No, she like made music in a fucking closet, singing some vocals in an apartment, and that shit happened to blow up. And she's had to navigate being famous and had to navigate all that shit. And she wants to use that power for good, man. Okay? She wants to use that power for good. And fucking, yes, I fucking love it, dude. I love it. I love it, dude. And I see them shredding her. Like she'll say how like, man, like fame is like really depressing and fame sometimes makes you not want to be alive. And the conservatives are like, look at how ungrateful she is. And it's like, dude, she's being honest, man. She's being fucking honest. You know what I'm saying? She is like being honest about the experience, you know? Dude, I love her, man. I love her. I really do.
F ICE. Nobody's illegal on stolen land. She really thought she did something. But you know what? She lives in a gated community. She has bodyguards. Her job is never going to be taken from her by an illegal immigrant. These people are so out of touch with reality, and then they think that they can turn around and lecture the American people on the reality that they don't live in. You know how many women in lower socioeconomic situations live in communities where some of these predators who happen to be illegal immigrants, if it weren't for ICE, would still be in their neighborhoods? I mean, let me know when Billie Eilish is ready to take
Dude, Jeffrey Epstein, anyone? Like predators? Like what the fuck is she talking about? Can I just show you something, guys? I know I'm interrupting a lot because this is not very interesting and it's dumb and we're memeing it for content. But here's the picture they're showing around, guys. All day today, they put this picture in my fucking timeline. Okay, you see this? This is 12 tragedies, guys. Okay, 12 young women and one young boy, 11 young women and one young boy that were murdered by undocumented people. Okay, but you ready for this, guys? This is what this woman's talking about. This, you know, fucking Caroline Sunshine, who never goes to those neighborhoods of color, by the way. But look at this shit. So they're talking about 12 murders in like 5 years. Okay? This spans 5 years, 12 murders. And they're like, oh, we got to get rid of all these immigrants. But like, guys, 4,000 women get murdered every year. 4,000, which means in the time that these 12 lost their lives, 20,000 women were murdered. 20,000. And they want to move out like all Hispanic people because of 12 killings when 20,000 other women like died and were murdered by their boyfriends and their husbands. Are we outlawing husbands because husbands kill 1,500 women a year? Is that what they want to do? Oh, okay. Yeah, no more husbands, guys. Sorry, no more husbands, no more boyfriends, because 1,500 women a year get murdered by husbands and boyfriends. So therefore, we're getting rid of husbands and boyfriends. Sorry, guys. Right? Patriarchy's got to go. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you see what's fucking, you see how this is? How tiny their fucking pea brains are? Their brains are like, dude, because all it is to demonize. They want to fucking hate on, right? They want to get rid of brown-skinned people, period. That's it. So they're going to demonize every brown-skinned negative, everything that happens. Every murder by a brown-skinned person counts 5,000 times as much as any other murder does. But this is all bullshit, okay? This is bullshit. I mean, these are tragic. It's tragic that these 12 people died, but it is not any more or less tragic than the other 4,000 that get murdered every year, man. All right, let's get to I'm going to let it play now. Okay, you ready? Here we go.
in, illegal immigrants to her economic situations, live in communities where some of these predators who happen to be illegal immigrants, if it weren't for ICE, would still be in their neighborhoods. I mean, let me know when Billie Eilish is ready to take in, illegal immigrants to her house.
Worse. Let me respond to that though. Hold on. Let me respond to that. I have to. Listen, if there is someone here who is an undocumented immigrant and they are raping or committing
illegal.
Yeah.
Undocumented or illegal.
I use undocumented. That's the language I like to use. You like to use illegal. That is your right. And I'm not getting on your ass about it. So I would really appreciate if you don't get on my ass about the wording that I like to use. Okay, moving on.
No, not moving on. I think that's important.
Right
so
now,
undocumented or are they illegal?
No one in government right now, literally
that
no one.
That sounds a lot like nobody's undocumented on stolen land.
Caroline,
that's a lot what that sounds like.
Caroline, I know you think this is a gotcha, but it's literally a retarded point, and I'd like to move on to an actual substantive point.
I think it's black letter law.
Okay, I get it. You like to use the word illegal and alien. Good job.
I don't
Congratulations.
like to. I just like to follow
Let's
the
move
law.
on to other things that are actually relevant to the story, including the fact that no one in government right now, with the exception, no one in the government right now, with the exception of Ro Khanna and Thomas Massey, get to lecture us about rape and sexual predators when our government is literally
Agree, yeah.
littered with them.
Well, here's the
Littered
question
with
I
them.
had too. Okay, so to your point, like at the Grammys, I get it. We all wore our Ice Out pins and FIs. Why do we think none of them wore pins for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein?
Who cares?
Why do we
Who
think
cares?
none of them wore pins?
Well, I can tell you why, actually, but I'm not allowed to say it
advocating for the
because then I would
files?
ruin my career.
Why was that not a trendy?
I can
social
tell. Let me
justice
just tell
cause?
you.
I wonder.
I was critical of
Dude.
these very same people once, and my manager calls me and says, if I keep talking,
Dude, I have to pause right there. What an exchange. I mean, I would like to address the whole thing of illegal aliens. Illegal is not the right word, guys, because it is not illegal to be undocumented in America. If you are here, you ready for this? It is against the law to cross the border, okay? Not in a checkpoint. So if you cross the border, not in a checkpoint, you are committing an illegal act, okay, of crossing the border. But if you don't get caught crossing the border, once you get in here, if you get away with crossing the border, you're not breaking any law once you get here, okay? That's just the way it is, guys. It is not illegal to be in America without papers. There is no law. You're breaking no law. Okay. And in fact, many, if not most of the people that are undocumented, they came here legally. They came here at a border checkpoint. They went through the asylum process. They came with a green card, and then they just didn't continue with the paperwork. Eventually, the 15-year process of trying to become a citizen became too costly and too much for them, so they just remained undocumented. But you are not illegal being without documents in America, which is what's crazy about this. All these right-wingers, they want to say you're illegal, but like, no, you're not. If they catch you running across the border, you have committed a crime. But if you cross that border and they bump into you in a fucking Houston, you have committed no crime. Okay? You simply don't have your human registration is all it is. It's like driving a car without the registration. You don't have your citizen registration. That's it. Okay? That is it. And then some of them are undocumented, but they're going through the process of meeting with their immigration, whatever, counselor, and they're trying to make it legal, but they're still undocumented, but they're trying to make their citizenship paper like official. I guess legal is not the right word, right? But so the thing that's crazy is people who use the word illegal, they are not illegal. There's nothing illegal about a person being in America with documents. But here, you ready? Now it's going to get blown up. But remember this, though. Remember, Lindy Lee said, she knows why they weren't talking about Epstein. Okay, she knows why they weren't talking about Epstein, right? But she can't tell us or she'll lose her job, but she's going to tell us anyway because it's not nearly as crazy. But can I just tell you, okay? But driving without registration is not a ticketable crime. I mean, it's not a crime. It's a civil violation, which means you drive without registration. They can't put you in jail for that. Okay. It's not a misdemeanor. It's not a felony. It's a civil infraction, which means you either show up with your car registered and you end up, the whole thing goes away, or you pay a fine, right? But you can literally just go and get your paperwork and it's gone. Now, we could have something like that in America where we catch somebody without paperwork and we say, oh, okay, we're going to get you your paperwork. Now you have to come to the immigration office once a month and we're going to help you become a citizen, right? We could totally do that. I don't think anyone would have a problem with that. Oh, you're undocumented? Let's get you documented. Okay, so now your punishment is you're going to have to see an immigration official once a month for the next 2 years, and you're going to have to go through this process of becoming a citizen, or we're going to send you elsewhere. And the person would probably be like, okay, I'm going to do that, right? But see, the thing is they don't want the undocumented to be documented, okay? They want the undocumented to be gone. And they want the documented to be gone. Okay, that's the other thing that the MAGA don't announce it, but it's true. They don't just want the undocumented to be gone, but they want everybody who was naturalized, who like was an anchor baby. They want everybody who came here and got citizenship gone. Okay, they want everybody, unless you're MAGA. If you're a MAGA citizen, they'll give you a little slack. But anybody who's not MAGA, and anybody who has brown skin and came from another country, they want you removed, okay? Everybody, that's it. That's the thing. And they hide behind this shit because they don't want to admit that, you know? All right, but here we go. It's about to blow up.
Let me just tell you.
I wonder.
I was critical of these very same people once, and my manager calls me and says, if I keep talking, I'm going to ruin my book tour. I'm going to ruin my career. So, I mean, enough said, right? But I also just want to tell you that the situation gets even worse for Billie Eilish. Not only does she live in a $3.3 million mansion in Los Angeles, her mansion sits on Indian land. I kid you not.
Native American, Lindy, excuse me, please use the politically correct term. They're Native Americans.
That's correct. Yeah. Good job, Caroline. Continue, Lindy.
All right. So the tribe confirmed she
Just
is
in Santa,
not
we care about using politically correct terms like undocumented and illegal, which the correct
Listen,
term
bitch,
is still
you
illegal.
use language I don't like, and I didn't get on your ass about it. So I would appreciate if you shut the fuck up and don't get on my ass about it. Would that be nice? I'd appreciate that.
I'll let the audience decide what they think about those comments.
All right. So
Okay,
I'm going to
good.
keep presenting this, guys. So the Indian tribe confirmed she is not.
Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah, I mean, dude, the feist, bro. Now, like, there is a lot. I mean, first off, I mean, good job, Anna. I'll give her some props for like laying in like that. I mean, it did feel like there's some heat under there, right? I mean, you know, I think there's some extra heat because like, why is Caroline Sunshine even the host of this program? You know, why is Anna not the host? Isn't that weird? I mean, I guess Anna's not right wing enough for them. Like she can never truly be right wing, but that was pretty feisty, dude. Right? That was feisty. And as we saw though, look at this. Caroline has posted this all day, dude. Right? Look at her. Listen, bitch. Shut the fuck up. This is how the left treats you when you don't use their approved politically correct language. And it's like, no, Caroline, that's how the left responds to you when you're a patronizing ghoul, okay? That is like literally just being like most of MAGA, where you're being like a 4-year-old kid just trying to poke because you don't want to accept the fact that you're wrong, okay? That you're wrong, Caroline, that the illegal term is wrong. Billie Eilish is right, and you're wrong. Anna Kasparian is right. I hate to admit it, because I've got no love for Anna, but she's right. This Caroline woman is wrong. Is like the language, precise language is helpful, okay? It is. It's helpful. It's helpful to acknowledge. You know what I mean? I mean, even when you think about the difference between Indian, the phrase Indian and Native American. First off, Indians are from India, okay, for starters. So there already are Indian people, okay, that if you call somebody in America an Indian, that's confusing because there are actually Indian people from India, okay, people like Vivek Ramaswamy, and you know what I'm saying? So there are Indians that do exist, Indian people. There are Indian people, okay? So the term Indian is nobody is an Indian, but somebody is has an Indian heritage. They can have an Indian heritage, right? But, right? You know what I mean? And but that doesn't mean they're an Indian. I mean, that's a little fucking weird, but Indian heritage exists. But the thing about the Native American is it acknowledges that they're Americans, and it acknowledges that that they were here before us, that they were native to this land, right? You know what I'm saying? That they were native to this land, okay? And the Native Americans. And then you could get more specific by the tribes, you know what I'm saying? And right? You know what I mean? You could get more specific from the tribe by the tribes, you know what I'm saying? And now, right, there's like, my God, there's probably a lot, you know? But the fact that they feel like precise language, okay? Indian is a contraction of indigenous, right? Indigenous, I guess, right? You know, I guess. I don't know where they coined the fucking, how they coined it, right? Like, I don't think the fact that, like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We'd have to look into that. But it doesn't seem to me that the fucking people were using indigenous in like the 1800s when they were fucking doing that. I don't think they were really doing that actually at all, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they do that. I think it's what Jet and Kits are talking about, where they didn't think there was a continent here, guys. Okay? When they sailed across, okay? The explorers like Amerigo Vespucci and Christopher Columbus and these guys that left Spain, they didn't know there was a continent here, guys. They thought they were going all the way around and they were going to end up in India, right? I think somebody said that, where, right, they thought when they landed here, it was like the other side of Asia, okay? And they didn't know there was a ginormous landmass splitting up that ocean. They didn't know what was out there. And they thought they were going to end up in like China or whatever, and India and that fucking other territory. And then they land and like even somebody said they called it the West Indies, right? Which was like for West India, okay? And so they thought it was like people from India, okay? And it's not. They're not. They're like, dude, there were the fucking Aztecs and like the many fucking tribes of North America. I mean, what's crazy about this, guys, you ready? Here's what's wild about this, is Christopher Columbus, he never stepped foot in North America. Okay, guys? He never stepped foot in North America. Okay? The way this happened is Amerigo Vespucci, okay, from Italy, I think, came first. Okay? And he landed actually on South American land. Okay? Amerigo Vespucci did. And so the continent of America got named after Amerigo Vespucci. We're not called Colombia. We're called America because of Amerigo Vespucci. He touched South America. Okay? And then Christopher Columbus hit these tiny islands in the Caribbean. And then eventually Christopher Columbus hit South America too. But Vespucci was first, and then Christopher Columbus went to Central America, but Christopher Columbus never, ever touched anything in the modern United States, okay, ever. He never touched it, and yet somehow that murderous schlep, okay, who forced, like, Catholicism on these people or death, right? Yeah, the Vikings were here long before those guys, right? The Vikings were hit the North America part. So, I mean, this shit is so convoluted, okay? It is so convoluted. Vespucci was riddled with syphilis. Good for him, boss. Dude, I feel like everybody had syphilis back then. But, you know, I mean, so this whole Columbus thing is crazy because Christopher Columbus, like, has literally nothing to do with discovering America. I mean, the American continent and starting with South America, because it is all sort of joined, but the American continent was discovered by Amerigo Vespucci, okay? And he was the first guy. And again, though, you're right. He's not the first to discover it because the Vikings were here long before, but he was the first to fucking, to like document it and take ownership of it. And then that documentation like came back and became like the European standard or whatever. And then Columbus was the first person to come in and kill everybody. Okay. That's what Columbus did. Columbus was the guy who came over here and started murdering people and graping people and like fucking dominating people and being a complete fucking degenerate. Okay. But yeah, dude, but there is though something to be said for accurate language. And it's so wild though that MAGA, like they don't want to use accurate language. They want to use like whatever they want to, because this term, but like, dude, are we going to use historical term? Then fine. Okay, MAGA, if you're attached to fucking, what was Michael Knowles saying? If you're attached to antiquity, then I want you to start using thee and thou again, right? Right? Dearest, I want you to, let's bring thee and thou back if you have this antiquity, right? The antiquity fetish. Dude. Hither, tither, dither, hickory, dickory, dock. Dude, Trump can suck my... Whoops. Shh. Hickory, dickory, dock. Trump can suck my... Oh, dude. Let's go. Hickory, dickory, dock. Trump can suck my... Oh, shit. Let's go. My rock. Thou hast pisseth me off. Dude, let's go. Dude, right? I mean, come on, man. Dude, come on, boss. Let's go. Terminology. I don't think there's anything wrong with being accurate. I mean, there's a reason, right? There's a reason why there's, like hundreds of words that sometimes mean similar things, right? Like there are a bunch of words, angry, pissed, irate, raging, right? Fucking irritable, testy, all of those words bring different shades to the experience of the emotion for communication. So, I mean, having something that is a little bit accurate is not like, accuracy shouldn't be a problem. Okay. You know what I mean? It's like so wild that like MAGA has this issue with accuracy. And then though, they're the first people to jump down your goddamn throat if like the mermaid's not white enough. And it's like, whoa, okay. So now when it comes to the color of a mermaid skin, you are concerned with accuracy. But when it comes to language and how it lands on your fellow human beings, you're like, fuck this. Dude, come on, boss. Let's see if they get any better though here, dude. Dude, look at them though. Anna, dude, do you think a boxing match would be interesting? Right? Don't you think? Like, I might actually throw down for a ticket to see Anna and Caroline Sunshine in the ring. Dude, I think I would fucking pay that.
Contacted them about returning the stolen land. According to her worldview,
I'm
it must
shocked.
be returned.
I'm shocked.
They actually released a statement. As the first people of the greater Los Angeles basin, we do understand that her home is situated in our ancestral land. Adding that the A-lister has not reached out to the tribe herself. Eilish has not contacted our tribe directly regarding her property. We do value the instance when public figures provide visibility to the true history of this country. So basically, rules for thee, but not for me.
No, dude, the tribe was like memeing a little, but they also said they do appreciate. You notice at the end of the tribe thing there, where the tribe said, we do appreciate it when you bring visibility. I mean, see, it's weird because we do them here in Oregon, and some people make fun of them here in Oregon. They do. We do land acknowledgements, okay? And that is something that's pretty common here. And I think Oregon, I think people do it here because we have a pretty, like, there's a high native population. And obviously all of Oregon was just thieved from the native people. And we had a long history of racism here in Oregon as well. It was settled by whites only, and you get free land. So now we do land acknowledgements, okay? We do. We, like, if you go to a theater performance, before the theater performance, the head of the theater will go up front and they will speak for a minute and they will talk about all the tribes that occupied the land under that theater. I mean, it's pretty common that people do that here. And it's not like it fixes the problem, but it's like, it's at least taking a moment to acknowledge, you know, and I don't see anything wrong with that. I think acknowledging, see, here's the thing, is like acknowledging that it's stolen land doesn't mean you have to like give it back. You know what I'm saying? Right? Like if you're in a football game and you catch the ball and you bobbled it before instant replay and they called it a catch, you don't run over and say, no, it wasn't a catch, I'm going to lose the Super Bowl. No, you take the stolen call and you win the game, but you might later say, yeah, that was actually a bobble, right? But no, I'm not giving the Super Bowl trophy back. I mean, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging. I am sure, you ready? You ready for this? I am certain if California passed a law and said that we're going to pay you're going to pay like 20% of your property value, okay? And we're going to do a one-time fucking, you know, if we're going to do a one-time contribution of 20% of your property value to a fund that is going to fund college education for Native American people because of the land we took from them, a one-time reparations, okay, that we're going to give back and try to make right the land we stole. Billie Eilish would gladly pay that money. Now, the irony, of course, is the very people here who are making fun of Billie Eilish for saying that fucking, that her like $3 million property, they would be the one fighting against giving the native people anything, okay? You know what I'm saying? They most certainly don't want to pay reparations to the, you know, to the black people for the legacy of the enslaved. They don't want to pay reparations. Now, again, guys, I've gone on the record about reparations where I believe that reparations wouldn't necessarily solve a problem, but I believe that they would be they wouldn't solve the problem, but they would heal some of the problem. Okay? They would heal some of it. Okay? Even though they wouldn't fix it, it wouldn't magically make everything go away, and it could introduce a whole other type of resentment, but it would actually heal, like making the amend of I am going to do this thing, I'm going to sacrifice this money in order to acknowledge the harm and in order to sort of pay forward that we're going to do it differently from here on out, and we're going to suffer the pain of giving up this money and the resentment and whatever feelings we have after this as a healing, a gesture of healing, like we're going to suffer a little bit now because you guys suffered as a result of this. There's healing in that, okay? And it wouldn't fix the whole problem, but that type of amends-making move would be tremendously healing to the generational trauma of harm that exists. If we did it for, you know, in slavery, if we did it for taking the natives' land, I mean, those types of amends, they do healing work, okay? They do healing work. And dude, how about not taking away stuff from the poor and giving it to the billionaires? I mean, that would be great too, right? But like, dude, it's like, you know, you look at Texas, and Texas is Mexico, bro. Like, sure, we bought it, negotiated, warred for it, but like, doesn't change the fact that Mexico has some claim to Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I just say this, guys, like as somebody who got sober. I'm coming up on 19 years sober, and I made some amends Some of them were financial. Some of them were just in acknowledgement, and some of them were both. Some of them were changing life. And let me just tell you, though, that making amends, it helps. It helps remove the trauma, okay? Simply putting yourself out a little bit for the sake of repairing a rift, okay? It does have a profound psychological impact. And if America made amends to the Native people, and if America made amends to the black people because of how like many of their ancestors were treated, and the legacy of slavery that's still left in our policing and judicial and economic systems, if we made amends, it would be helpful, okay? It wouldn't fix everything, and it would create new resentment. Some poor white people would be mad that they didn't get any money, and they would be all pissed, and they'd be like, right? So it would create some other things, but I think the healing power of it would be would be so helpful that then we'd be able to like heal the resentment that came after it as well. You know what I'm saying? Dude, you know, I mean, dude, it would be, it could be easily done, man. It could be easily done. It could very easily be done, you know, right? But we won't, though. We won't do that, you know?
This is just how the leftist side of this country operates.
You know, it's interesting too to me, all those celebrities, it was the same script, right? Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish, Kehlani, all of them getting up saying the same thing. F ICE, F ICE, F ICE. We're not savages, we're animals, F ICE. I thought it was interesting, though, that none of them brought up 𝗪𝗓𝗄. Probably because that narrative has collapsed since the last week. None of them wanted to bring up, oh, we have to stand for 𝗪𝗓𝗄.
Dude, stand for 𝗪𝗓𝗄. Like, I think fuck ICE actually includes 𝗪𝗓𝗄. Dude, this woman is dumb. Dude, she is. Dude, she is dumb. Dude, Sean, you're welcome, boss. She's dumb. And guys, you ready for this, though? What's so funny is I would love to be in the room with Caroline and be like, Caroline, sunshine, Caroline, why do you think Bad Bunny, like, why do you think he says fuck ICE? You think, like, why do you think Bad Bunny says fuck ICE, right? What do you think is his reasoning? Why do you think he put that first, right? You know, I mean, what do you think could be behind that, Caroline? You think he did it because his manager told him it would be cute and like it would make him look socially conscious? Or do you think he did it because he knows he could be walking home later tonight and he could run into a van full of those guys and end up with a gun pointed against his head and him being sent to fucking El Salvador overnight, or his whole family or his best friend or his daughter could get raped in a fucking, you know what I mean? I mean, come on, man. It's pretty obvious. Like, what did he say, dude? His speech was so good. Can we just look at his speech? Like, let's look at him, dude. What he said, it was like, I posted it. I posted it where I was like, dude, how can you not? His humanity was like so crazy. Dude, look at this. Where is it? Where I posted about it. I was like, right here. How can you not love the humanity of this man? Right? Like, honestly, how can you not love the humanity of this guy? Okay? Because, you know, it's like,
before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say ICE out.
Dude, he said ICE out too, not fuck ICE, but what he says right here, though, is so moving.
We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans. Also,
see, that's just it, guys. Like, obviously, you know, a lot of these people don't even realize he's American. But think about this, guys. I don't care what your documentation status is, okay? Just follow my thoughts here. If you travel a long distance to come to America, okay? You weather chaos and human traffickers, whatever you do to get here, whether you run across the border or you come in seeking asylum, if you set up shop in America and you're here for 5 years and you're working and you're paying taxes and you're out participating in the economy, you're doing a job, you're out there, whatever, maybe you're working in concrete, you're building homes, you're fucking bringing home a paycheck, you're paying your taxes, you're paying sales taxes when you buy shit, you are going out and vacationing and fucking living here, buying groceries here, you buy a vehicle here, you're a fucking American, okay? You may not have gotten your voting rights yet, you may not have gotten your official American ID card, but you're a fucking American. It's like I moved to Oregon from California, okay? After living here for a couple years, I'm an Oregonian, okay? They're not going to send me back to California because I came here and I'm not from fucking whatever. You know what I'm saying? I crossed a border to get to this fucking state, man. You know what I mean? And I mean, you cross a border to go, if you live in LA and you go to Disneyland, you're crossing a border from LA County into Orange County with different taxes and different people in power and some different rules, you know? And so this idea, though, that like people can't cross the border and be Americans if they haven't like gone through some outrageously difficult and expensive system designed to just prevent them all. Like our citizenship is designed to prevent people from getting it, much like their voter ID Act is designed to prevent people from voting, okay? Everything the MAGA does is about preventing something. But like, I think if you've been living here for 10 years, paying taxes and participating in the economy, you're an American. I don't fucking care. You know, like, dude, these guys, there was an undocumented guy who helped me fix my basement. That guy's an American, you know? That guy's a worker. He worked hard. He worked hard with me for a whole summer to help me fix my house. He did amazing work. He left a little message that he wrote in the concrete too, down in the basement, right? Dude, I don't consider him to not be an American, okay? And he like really appreciates the freedom he has here and the ability to like work here and the ability to like what he's got here. He really appreciates it. He's fucking thankful and he works hard every day, like giving a little bit back, making, you know, the houses in the neighborhood better. You know what I'm saying? And so like, it's just really interesting how toxic they are about that idea that like, but I mean, is it a surprise? Maybe not, because MAGA, you know how they think they're the only patriots, right? Like MAGA don't even think that we're Americans because we like will say, wow, I want to make America better. I don't like this. I don't like the way our judicial or policing system is. Let's overhaul it. Let's make it better. They're like, you're un-American. You're not a patriot. You hate America. It's like, no, actually, you hate America because you don't want to grow with it. You don't want to make it better. You don't want to get better yourself. You just want to hold America to something that it was 50 years ago, and you want to grasp onto it and control it and to thwart it from growing and changing and getting better. You know what I mean? I'm the wrong type of white. That too. Right? Dude, you know, they don't use government funds. It doesn't matter. See, I don't even care about like, I don't care about the government funds personally, right? I think it depends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that needs to be by a locale, the government funds, because like there are some states, okay, here's the thing, guys, you ready? So like, for example, if you go to Texas, if you go to California, if you go to Arizona, if you go to Florida, there are a lot of states. I mean, there's probably all states, but there are some states where like you absolutely could not have California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Florida. Those states could not exist without the immigrant populations there, many of whom are undocumented, okay? They could not exist. Without them, those states have no economy, none, zero, zilch, okay? New York City, the same, okay? All those wealthy billionaires working in the high rises downtown, they have no business if not for the immigrants that live out in the boroughs that come into New York City and make that city work. Okay, those big cities that the wealthy people are like moving hedge funds around, they only work because of the immigrants doing the work to fucking keep that shit together. Okay, and yeah, we are all immigrants, but I'm saying like these big states are foundational with immigrant labor, and the farms too in the Midwest, foundational. So like when your farming industry in Kansas can't exist without immigrant farmers, I think they're as entitled to benefit as any of the white people in that state. Okay? Seriously, if the white workers at Walmart are drawing welfare benefits because they're not making that much, certainly the brown farmers that are doing all the farming, that are helping those white farmers who own the farms have businesses, those guys deserve the same access to the benefit. Because if you get rid of those brown farm workers, those white farm owners don't have shit. Their whole economy crashes. So this idea that government benefits are citizen or non-citizen, no. Government benefits should be available to people that are working members of the economy, right? That are contributing, or the disabled people who can't fucking work, right? And people that are very poor at the bottom that just need it because they are also contributing, okay? There is no such thing. You ready for this, guys? And hear me on this. There is no such thing as a brown immigrant person who comes to America, collects welfare and food stamps, and does not work, okay? That person does not fucking exist, okay? I lived in LA where it's 66% Hispanic people, and there's a fuckload of undocumented people, and there's not a single undocumented person in LA that is collecting welfare and or food stamps and not working. Okay, that narrative is bullshit. Okay, does not exist, bro. It does not exist. I mean, it literally doesn't. I mean, there might be some people that are drawing food stamps that are like drug dealers, okay, that are working off the grid, okay, that are drawing government benefits because they have no income, so they're getting some fucking SNAP and they're like slinging drugs and shit. But even the drug dealers, I mean, their business sucks, but they're working. They're providing, they're putting money, right? They're like selling a product, and they're moving a product that is often getting resold, and like it is part of the economy. Okay, you know what I'm saying? And like so this idea, like in California, undocumented people can get government benefits because they're such a critical part of the California economy. So the Californians, they're not going to like shit on them and say, no, you can't get government benefits you're entitled to simply because you don't have a piece of paper. And like, dude, California should be allowed to do that. Because you know why, guys? Because if you go to Nebraska or you go to Kansas, the states that are complaining about what California does, California fucking pays for them, bro. It's like every red state is basically on government benefits paid for by fucking, you know, the people involved in blue states, okay? The blue economies are literally paying welfare for all of the red states. And then the red states are saying, we don't like what you're doing with your money. It's like, well, fine, then maybe you should pay your own goddamn way, right? You know what I'm saying? We generate all the money and pay for shit. And if you look at the undocumented people if they're working there, they're also paying sales tax. They're paying gas taxes. They're paying taxes on hotel rooms if they travel. They're paying all the fucking taxes that everybody else is paying, okay? So they are contributing to the economy. You know, they're contributing. And what's more, if they're undocumented and they have a job, they're paying Social Security, and they're probably never going to get any of that money if they don't become citizens. They're not going to draw any, right? When they're 65, they ain't getting shit. So I don't know, dude. I think this whole, like, this, you know, in reality, I would much rather my money goes to help undocumented people that are keeping this country functioning than to go to like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, right? Like, why do we want our money to go make it so Zuckerberg can buy another yacht when we instead our money could go help immigrant families like fucking, you know, send their kids to college? Like, you know what I mean? Like, why would we want to give any more money to Jeff fucking Bezos? Are you kidding me? Why would we do that? It's so dumb, bro. Yeah, like Bezos needs a 10th bunker. Come on, man. Right? Dude, and the farmers, man, it's just crazy, boss. Right? Dude, man, maybe Hegseth will accidentally drone him. I mean, it could happen, guys. It definitely could happen, right? And so the thing is, though, guys, is I'm not saying open borders, and nobody is saying open borders because you don't want to have open borders. You do have to have some sense of like vetting the people that are coming in, and you do have to. Nobody is advocating for open borders, and there were no open borders with Joe Biden. That was a lie, dude. Joe Biden deported like 4 million people at the border. Many of them, most of them at the border. Okay, so there were no open borders while Joe Biden was president, like not even close. Don't forget that the clowns who demand blind submission to ICE are the same crybaby bitches who even refuse to wear a mask during a global pandemic. That's true, La Resistance. Dude, there were no open borders during Joe Biden, okay? The difference is during Joe Biden, if you want to come here and claim asylum, if you're coming here like the Haitians did from a war-torn country where you want to go save the economy of Springfield, Ohio, we're going to give you temporary protected status. We're going to let you establish yourself here, and we're going to offer you a path to citizenship. That is Joe Biden. Okay, Donald Trump is like, I don't care if you were born here and naturalized here. I don't care if you came here legally. I don't care if you have temporary protected status. If you have brown or black skin and you're not from America, born here, and your parents born here, we're fucking removing you, and we're going to brutalize you on the way out. That's the difference between Biden and Trump. Neither one had an open border. One of them said, if you got some skills we need and you want to help our economy where it's suffering, we're going to give you a path. Come on in. We're going to make it legal so you're safe. You can plant your flag. You're going to help rebuild Springfield's economy. We're going to try and help you become a U.S. citizen. Thank you. Or at the very least, we're going to make sure you're safe while you're rebuilding Springfield's manufacturing economy. Donald Trump is like, no, we're going to take away your protected status. We're going to send you back to a war-torn country, even if you've never been there before, even if you were fucking born here and we're an anchor baby just because we don't like the color of your skin. After we make up lies about you during the election, we're going to take all your fucking benefits away, strip you of your protected status. We're going to hurt you as much as we can because you're not a white Christian, okay? That is the difference between the two things. There was no open border, okay? There was no open border. There never was an open border. The phrase open border is like men and women's sports. It is a political fucking shindig, okay? That is designed to scare you and make you feel like you're going to lose something if you don't do what the fascists want you to do, okay? And yes, dude, Barron's an anchor baby. Dude, Melania was undocumented. Dude, Nicki Minaj was undocumented, guys. Come on, bro. Their biggest icon is an undocumented fucking immigrant from Trinidad, Tobago. You know, like, dude, what are we on, bro? Dude, they're so full of shit. And yes, the idea that open border, the other thing about open border is it's an implication that you're being invaded. It's like an open door, right? When they say open border, that implies that people are just coming over and taking your shit, okay? But like, dude, I guarantee you, there are not many instances of immigrants fucking taking people's jobs. Because let me just tell you guys, okay? Donald Trump is engaged in warfare on the streets to do his like whatever mass deportations. And we have the lowest job numbers ever, okay? We have the lowest job numbers ever, like since the Depression, dude, okay, in America, right? Our jobs, there's no jobs, dude. Dude, they're literally, you ready? Hold on, here, look at this, guys. During their deportations, let me show you. Yeah, there she is. Okay, Melanie has this. Right? Trump's deportation force. Look at this. From April to November of last year, while Trump was engaging in his brilliant deportations, Amazon, 30,000 layoffs, Intel, 25K, UPS, 20K, Microsoft, 15K, Meta, 3,600, Target, Charter, Paramount, Rivian, XAI. Okay, that was right. Verizon laid off 15,000. Every time they did these, the stock price went up. So the top 10% of America made money with every move here. But like Trump also cut 1 million, like 300,000 jobs of the US government. So altogether, there's like 1.5 million jobs gone. And they removed a bunch of undocumented people. And like, dude, my son is still trying to get a job in New York, okay? He's been there for months. It's like fucking hard to get a job right now because the job market is terrible, okay? And the more they get rid of the undocumented people, the worse it's going to get. The more we spend all our money on policing, the worse it's going to get, dude. This is not fixing anything, okay? This is not fixing anything, guys. And I mean, look at what happened just this weekend. Okay? Like yesterday, dude. The Washington Post. Ready? Look at that. Washington Post cut 1/3 of their staff. Okay? They have a little over 1,000 people in their workforce. The Washington Post laid off 300. They got rid of the sports department. They got rid of all the staff photographers, and they got rid of like a lot of the foreign bureaus. Okay? Right? And so the news media, dude, cutting it. Boom, bap. Getting rid of people, right? Whacking it. Yeah, Bezos. And it's like, you ready? Look at this. Because they said 100 million losses in 2024. Okay? But like, dude, all right. Amazon profits 2024. Okay. So Amazon profited, right? Let's see. Net profit, Amazon. What is this? The profit, right? Is 59 billion. Okay. So 59 billion. And they're saying, oh, the paper lost $100 million. Okay, so $100 million is nothing, bro. When your parent company has 59 billion to play with, that 100 million could be an investment in the free press, in holding people holding people in power accountable, right? And fucking right. I mean, it's an investment, man, in America, in journalism, in the free press, something that anchors America. $100 million is nothing, dude. Okay? Dude, it's crazy. Dude, 59 billion profit. Okay? So 100 million is 1/10 of 1 billion. Okay? So 100 million is, if you have $60 billion It's 1/10 of one of those billions. So it's like 1/600th of your whole fucking total, bro. Right? And yeah, dude, they could have not made the Melania movie, and that would be the entire Washington Post loss for the year, right? Good point, dude, right? They're going to cancel the Washington Post, and instead they're going to make the Melania movie, and so yikes, bro, right? Dude, so $100 million is nothing, bro, okay? Right? It's nothing, dude. Dude, look at their revenue, though. $638 billion of revenue. Like, wow, dude. That is so crazy. Like, can you imagine what they could do if they use some of that money wisely? Dude, we're demented that, like, we feed this, okay? We feed this. But, you know, he's going to cut the Washington Post. He's going to make the Melania movie, and then he's going to rip off his employees for the next 3 years, guys. That's what Jeff Bezos is going to do. Because Amazon, you ready? If you Google Amazon wage theft, right? If you Google Amazon wage theft, like, and you look at the news, look at this. $4 million to settle DC theft. Okay? Right? Here we go. New York Attorney General, that's the, let's find a $62 million wage theft, all right, for their flex drivers, 6 million wage theft violations in California, 18 million wage theft in Oregon, okay, right? 8.2 million wage theft for contract delivery drivers in Seattle, okay? Dude, look at that. Dude, there's exploitative garment factories in Pakistan, okay? There's another 15,000 guys filing claims. You know what I mean? Like, dude, another 3 million in California wage and hour class action. I mean, look at this. 6.4 million. I mean, dude, right? Amazon is stealing. And we're not talking about somebody stealing some food from a grocery store because they're homeless and hungry, or somebody stealing a pair of fucking Nikes because they want to be cool at school. We're talking about millions of dollars they're stealing from the workers, and they have been like crazy. And they just get found, they pay a fine, and they go on and they continue to steal. And they do it all the time, bro. Okay? This is what they're like. Amazon has done this fucking over and over and over and over and over again, right? And now for the next 3 years, none of this. They're going to steal. And Trump is going to just, let's put Melania on, right? Boycott Amazon. Yeah, I wish I could. If you can, I say do it. But like, I work for him. Dude, I still stream on Twitch. I still, right? I'm like, dude, I'm kind of a whore at this point. I earn all my money from the most predatory companies on the planet. Dude, seriously, all of my income comes from the most predatory companies on the planet. Dude, it sucks, bro. It's just, I don't think they're avoidable at this point, you know? Dude, it's tough, boss. It's like Walmart, though, is the same, guys. You ready? I do boycott Walmart, though. But Walmart wage theft is also the same. Okay? Right? Walmart, $21 million settlement in wage theft warehouse case. Okay? Like, dude, it's just a matter of them getting caught. Here's a $35 million wage settlement from 2017, right? I mean, dude, 2.5 million pre-shift COVID-19 screening. Dude, Walmart wage and hour lawsuits, 350 million, dude, right? Like, bro. And then, yes, the other thing about this is they underpay their employees, especially in the South and the Midwest. They pay their employees low wages, and their employees have to use public benefits. Their employees are getting SNAP, or they're getting, TANF, or they're getting, public health care. So your tax money is paying to help Walmart employees live, so Walmart can steal money from them and just loot our economy. And the Walton family can buy TikTok and a bunch of yachts. And then they're going to lay everybody off and replace people with robots eventually. Dude, like, what the fuck, bro? Or you ready? You ready? Here's another one, guys. I'm going to show you. You ready? Let's look at this. Good old Robert Kraft from the New England Patriots, okay? There we go. Look at that image, guys. Right? There we go. Look at that. We got Donald Trump and we got good old Robert Kraft, okay? Robert Kraft, let's see what his net worth is. You ready? So watch this. Robert Kraft's net worth is $13 billion. Okay? Okay, so this guy right here, this guy's net worth is $13 billion. And he is a creeper. He goes to a cheap Jack Shack in Florida in the strip mall to pay for, favors from young ladies that may be being trafficked, and he pays the lowest amount of money possible. When he gets caught, he just it goes away. But my point about Robert Kraft is fine. Whatever, you go into the Jack Shack, you do your thing, cheapo. But this guy, he's worth $13 billion. But guess what, guys? When he goes and builds a new $2 billion stadium in Foxborough, Massachusetts, because he decides the stadium they have isn't that good. So, yeah, you know what? I want another brand new $2 billion stadium. The taxpayers and the people who buy season tickets, who will pay seat licenses, okay, the fans of the team and the taxpayers are going to buy his stadium. He gets a free $2 billion investment. And I bet he gets to own the land too. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe the county owns the land and he's paying some rent. We'd have to see the arrangement. But he's going to get a $2 billion investment every time he needs a new stadium, even though he's worth $13 billion. When he wants a new stadium, he gets $2 billion from the taxpayers. When you want to fucking, put a fence around your house, the city's like, fuck you, right? We're going to charge you permit money. We're going to make you pay to remove that tree, right? Because, screw you, right? Even though you own the property, you don't really, right? But, we get shit, okay? And he's going to get a stadium. Socialism, guys, right? For the wealthy. Yikes. Okay, let me just show you one last thing, okay? And then I'm going to go make videos. It's been a great stream. I know tonight's like a capitalism stream, but let's look at this, guys, okay? Let's look at this. There's two things. First off, you ready? Look at this. We found some voter fraud, guys, today. You see that? We did find some voter fraud, guys. Look at that. Valentina Gomez, our resident, now she goes by Valentina Gomez Noriega. She is a Republican, okay? Yes. Running for Congress in Texas. She's the one that disrupted that church and hurled LGBTQ slurs at church members, but oddly didn't get charged by Trump's DOJ. But look at this, guys. She's illegal. She was voter registered through a post office box. Okay? Look at that. Okay? She had her voter registration. She was illegally registered to vote using a post office box as her residence because, of course, she's running for Congress in a place that she doesn't live. I mean, everything about her is carpetbagging loser. But we did find a little bit of election fraud today, guys, just so you know. Where's Trump? Trump, oh, election fraud. Let's get it. Let's get Gomez in here. Right? Dude, she is vile. And look at this, though, too. Dude, look at this, guys. Look at what she did, though. Right? Not only is she illegal because she's registering using a post office box, but look what she did, guys. She misrepresented it. She didn't even acknowledge that it was a post office box because she knew it was illegal, guys. And so she registered it as though it was an apartment, Unit 16, because she knew she was being illegal. So she registered it. She committed voter fraud knowing she was committing the fraud. She didn't just, oh, I used my post office box and didn't know. She knew enough to make it look like it was an apartment. Oh, Valentina, you are in some trouble. Look at that image. Yikes. All right, you ready? Dude, look at this. Congress winner, 83% Democrats, dude, 2026. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go, Democrato. Let's go, Democrato. Let's not screw this up. But here we go, dude. January layoffs surged to a 17-year high. 108,000 layoffs in January, guys. Okay? Twice as many as December. The highest January total since the crash back in 2008 and 2009. Isn't that crazy? So despite their rampant, deportations, we're losing jobs, guys. Okay? The more people, the more ICE they do, the more jobs get lost. Uh-oh, that sucks. Okay? You ready? Here's Caroline Levitt.
Thank you, Caroline. Steve Bannon recently said, quote, "We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November." Is that something that the president is considering?
That's not something I've ever heard the president consider, no.
So you can guarantee to the American public that ICE will not be around polling locations or voting locations in November?
I can't guarantee that an ICE agent won't be around a polling location in November. I mean, that's frankly a very silly hypothetical question. But what I can tell you is I haven't heard the president discuss any formal plans to put ICE outside of polling locations. It's a disingenuous question.
Yeah, well, you don't need formal plans. But yeah, she can't guarantee that there won't be ICE agents. Look at this, guys. Oh, dude, approval. Trumpy 29. Oh, 29. Oh, 29%. That means I'm very good. 29. I love a 2. I love a 9. Oh, 29 Trumpies. Dude, 29%, bro. Yikes. I mean, yeah, I think that's a little high. But, dude, yeah, no, the neck-gina. Dude, I'm sorry, guys, but the neck-gina is looking rank, bro. It hurts my eyes to look at that, dude. It is a slit, dude, isn't it? The neck-gina is so gross. Dude, he is a loser. And guys, he shit his fucking pants the other day, bro. Bro, homie shat himself, guys. Like the full Monty. Dude, I'm talking the full Monty. Dude, Doug Burgum's wife had to go get nasal surgery after homie was done with the scenario, dude. We're talking the full Monty. All right. Oh, let's go. Hold on. I gotta take a video for Jenny because one of her shorts has confetti brewing right now. And every time her shorts get a confetti, I do take a video of it so she can relish in it because it feels good to get. There we go. Let's go, Jenny! Gotta message that to her quick. Right? Every single time one of her shorts gets confetti, I send it. Right? Let's go. What does that mean? So what that means is YouTube, you ready? I'll show you. So YouTube has a system where for your short videos and for your long form videos, they compare the last 10. So every minute this thing updates and your last 10 videos or your last 10 shorts get compared. Like if you look at it 2 hours after you release it, it will show you by views if it's 1 of 10, mean it's the highest performing of the last 10, or 10 of 10, the lowest performing. And when you have a 1 of 10, right, you see this. See here, it's a 1 of 10, which means it's the highest performing. When that happens on the desktop, they give you a little confetti, right? You see that little bit of confetti, that little like, hey, this is the highest performing short you've had or the highest performing video. And so you as a YouTuber, like when you see that, you get very celebratory, because a lot of times, sometimes you may have days or a week go by where everything is like a 9 or a 10 of 10 and is just down on the bottom. It like ebbs and flows. And so she does all the shorts. So every time she gets some confetti, I film it and I send it to her so she can enjoy the fruits of her labors, because that's one of the things I do is like, I am pretty relentless about like being a machine about things, but I celebrate the wins, guys. I celebrate all wins, like every win. Like even if something bombs, but there's something really good about the bomb, I'm going to celebrate the good. Like I celebrate all wins. I do, like no matter how small. I mean, there was a time, now this shit is growing. Like now, like my videos, like a 1 of 10 long form video will get like 2,000 views in an hour, right? But I used to work all night editing a video a year and a half ago where that whole video, after a week, it would get like 150 views. And right? And like, so when it got 100 views, I broke 100 views. I was fucking celebrating. And what's crazy though, is you ready? Check this out for the mind fuck, is when I was a gamer, I used to put out TikToks every day that would get like 1 million views every day. Like I had a TikTok that got nearly 1 million views or like 500,000 or more, right? Every single day. Like, right? It was crazy. And now if I have a TikTok that gets like 10,000 views, I'm like celebrating, right? Right? And when I started my YouTube channel, I was celebrating a video getting 100 views after like getting millions on a daily basis. So like, it's pretty wild. I like, my thing is, you know, on the one side, having a video go viral, getting 1 million views feels really good. But I think, guys, you haven't lived until you've done one style of content and established virality. And then you have gone and started a new style of content and started over, like celebrating at getting 100 views. Like, I don't think you've lived until you start at the bottom again. It's a real like personality, like grower. I feel like I grew in a way, like starting over, like I acquired a sense of humility and appreciation for the work that I had not had before. Because I'll be honest, when I was a gamer and my shit was just viral upon viral, I took a lot of that shit for granted, man. And I was just like, oh, hey, another milli, right? You know, it was like, dude, it's funny. And like, I think starting over is actually really beneficial. Like, I highly recommend it. It's hard. It is like grueling, but it's really, I don't know, man. It made me sort of recommit to the passion of the work, right? So Orphan, back in those TikTok days, I was getting about 30 million views a month, okay? 25 to 30 million views a month. But at that time, I was only making $1,000 a month, but it was good for TikTok, okay? TikTok was really good. And I was making about $1,000 a month, okay? Now they're like, it's like a little, TikTok did go through a period where they paid more, like people were kind of leaving TikTok, and there was one summer where you were making about $1 a thousand, okay? And so then I had like a $3 million video that paid me $3,000 one summer, but it was like a lot harder to hit. Like when they were paying that money, you weren't going viral as often. But back in those days, I was making about $1,000 a month during gaming from TikTok. And I was making about $1,000 a month from my gaming YouTube which was weird. Like, you don't make a lot of money gaming. Like, I make way better money gaming YouTube on politics, way better money politics YouTube than gaming. I think the advertising is cheaper on gaming shit, and kids don't watch as long, and like your videos are shorter, attention span is shorter. But so I was making about $1,000 a month. This was in 2021, like $1,000 a month from TikTok, $1,000 a month from YouTube. And then my main source of income was Twitch. And so Twitch was like, back then it was like 10 grand a month. And then I was getting paid by G Fuel because I was sponsored by them. So I had like a lot of income sources coming in. And I'm not making as much money now, but I'm making more steady money now. Like, the gaming money was very unpredictable. Like, it was really hard. You could make 10 grand one month and 7 grand the next month and 4 grand the next month. Like, in gaming, you sort of had to really go out of your way to create some kind of drama. If you wonder why you see these gaming creators constantly creating drama, it's like they have to, because their income just goes down really fast. You have to constantly be stoking some sort of notoriety like drama, because kids, like, their attention spans, they move off real fast, right? And that was part of the reason why I wanted to get out, because I didn't like that. I didn't like that fucking, like, you know, I didn't like that aspect of like fake drama. And they fake it, guys. Okay, let me just tell you. So I'm going to relay this story and then I'm going to go, because the gaming world is really a big lie. Okay, like the gaming world, I know FaZe Clan went under, but you looked at like FaZe Clan, like all of that shit was like a lie. They lie about shit. They would go into debt giving their gamers like platinum, like studded, like bracelets and shit, because they lie to the kids, making them think these guys are rich as fuck. And then the kids give them money, because the richer they are, the more famous they are, the more the kids give money. So all of that shit is like giant lies. And the beefs are fake, okay? Like, for example, I had a gaming team and I qualified for FNCS and I blew up like massive, like really fast. This was before a lot of the pros streamed, right? Nobody really streamed. And I was like, at the time, I was in the top 20 of all Fortnite streamers. I was like number 16 of all of the Fortnite streamers, with like Ninja being number 1. I was number 16. In the fucking spring of 2021. I was like one of the bigs, right? But so what happened was I kicked one of my team members off, okay? Because he was like really getting kind of arrogant, and he was like shitting on another team member, and there were weird vibes. And so I booted him, and he was like, you know, kind of turning negative. So I booted him and I got a new team member. So you know what happened? What happened was, an organization approached me and they wanted to sign me and the guy I kicked. They wanted to sign us both and to have us beef with each other for like a year or two, just to crank up the profits. But an org wanted to do that. That was their plan. I'm going to sign you and we're going to sign him, and you guys are going to go through mad beef in and out. And you're going to do that for like a year or whatever. And I was like, fuck you, bro. Now, not only am I not going to like do that, but I'm never going to sign with your org either. It's like, dude, I don't do that shit. Like, the very nature of me is I'm fucking real, bro. I'm not making fake beef. If I'm beefing on the internet, it's real beef. I'm really upset. I'm not doing some fake shit to outrage some kids. Like, dude, that shit is just dumb, bro. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's all like, the whole thing is like a bad theater production, right? Dude, it is, dude. It is. Like, dude, a lot of this beef is contrived, guys, you know? But you're not going to get any contrived beef here, okay? You will get beef, because some people, they don't like me, okay? There's already right-wingers that don't like me. I'm going to get out there and be vulgar, and people are going to have beef with me, but that shit is going to be real. I promise you, you come to fucking political punk, it's like there's going to be like, I'm not taking the big corporate dollar, right? I don't envision I am. There are like, I might if Rockstar came calling, or some product that I really believed in and used and loved, I would probably take that money because I love the product. But short of that, you're going to get like real fucking, I'm brought to you by real people with fucking small independent money, and all the beef and all the shit I get into is from right here, baby. Okay? Let's go. Real beef, dude. Real USDA Tommy, boss. Let's go. Dude, you ready? And speaking of real beef, hold on. Let me show you some, dude. There you go. Real beef. Dude, there it is. Real beef. Oh, shit. Dude, isn't that funny? Oh, shit. That's hilarious. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for a dance party? Dude, I'm gonna give you some music for a sec. Let me go to the bathroom. Let me go take a quick leak, and then we dance party. Why did Anna block me? I don't know exactly why she blocked me. I think it was because I made a video about her and the Happy Merchant. Right? Yeah, I think she saw my video about the Happy Merchant. I'll show you. It is the thumbnail that did it in. I don't even know if she watched the video, but it was this video right here, guys, that did it in, right? You ready? Here we go, watch.
When every bruise looks good on you.
Is this one. Right? Dude, right there, bro. Oh, shit. That was the one. And the title was... Right? That thumbnail, I think. The title was '𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗻's Merchant Moment Just Backfired. Dude. And then I made a short that said 𝗙𝗪𝗏𝗻 is a groiper now, WTF. Dude. And I noticed I was blocked about a week or two after that. So I think that was it. Dude, I know. Jank. Dude. All right, you ready? I'm gonna be back. I'm going to the bathroom, dude. We're gonna have a dance party. Hang tight. All right, hang tight. BRB.
Won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the attitude. Knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you.
Let's go.
I've been so overcritical of myself.
No, the guitar is a Tacoma, right? The guitar's Tacoma. It's a local brand from Tacoma, right? Let's go. I used to have a Taylor, but I gave the Taylor. I had a Taylor, like a mini Taylor, but I gave that to my son when he moved to New York City. I gave him the Taylor guitar, gave him the nice acoustic for the trip, right? So that's my old Tacoma, and that's the one that I took on tour with me, 20 years ago. When I was touring the country, I took it, and I used to play it. At the end of my shows, like I would finish a show, I would do my full electric set with, the keyboard and the laptop and the guitar. And then at the end, what I would do is I would jump off stage with my acoustic guitar, and I would go to the opposite end of the venue. I'd like jump off the stage with the acoustic, just walk. And the crowd would be like, what's he doing? And they would follow me over to the corner, and they would form a semicircle around them, and I would play a cover of a Bright Eyes song called Lua, which is a pretty good song. And that's how I finished all my shows, was like face to face, intimate, no microphones, just me and an acoustic guitar. Is pretty cool. Yeah, it's like not a lot of people did that, but I finished every show on the road like that. And so then it became this thing that like people who knew me would come back and they would like look forward to like every tour. There would potentially be a different song that I would do. Sometimes I would mix it up. Like there was a bar in Eau Claire, Wisconsin called the House of Rock. On that one, I would jump up on the bar. Like the owner of the House of Rock really liked me. So that one I would sing and jump up on the bar and do it. And they would all like pack up to the bar. And so it was kind of like, it was kind of cool like that. It was good shit, dude. I enjoyed touring. And sometimes I played shows in like coffee shops or storage units or basements or whatever that were like that, where the whole show was kind of like that. It was full electric, but it was more like the people are right next to you. They're getting their sweat on you and shit. All right, let's go. You ready? You ready for a little deja vu? Oh, let's go, baby. I did not. No, I never played a club in Milwaukee because there's a girl that had lived in Portland who was from Milwaukee. So every time I played Milwaukee, I played house shows because I had a person plugged into the indie scene in Milwaukee. So I didn't play clubs. I just played basements in Milwaukee, right? The only club I would play House of Rock in Eau Claire, but Milwaukee was always basements. And then Chicago was like the Elbow Room. And I played a place called the Warehouse in La Crosse once. And that was with a band called Gratitude, who was a guy named Jonah Matranga, who had like One Line Drawing was his name. And he was a guy who had been a one-man indie rock band like years before, right? So, but that was a pretty cool show. The Warehouse was actually a pretty cool venue. It's big. It's big. All right, you ready? Dude, we could have fucking music night, dude. I could talk for hours about those days. All right, let's get it. I got to get to work, guys. It's fucking 1:30. I got to go edit some videos, baby. Let's go. Dude, I had some times, guys. Dude, I can say this. You ready? If you get a chance to go on tour, whether it's doing art or playing music or like going to selling shit at swap meets or whatever, I highly recommend it. Like going across the country and going and doing something where you're in the room with people in different cities all across the country is extraordinary to like see what these different pockets of America look like. And it really is fascinating. I think it's really good for the soul. I really do. Oh shit. Oh, you ready? All right, let's do it. It is very mind expanding. All right. Unfortunately, all of that goodwill I feel like I got from it got fucking destroyed by Donald Trump, dude. Right? Philly and Boston, let's go. Dude, you know what I mean? That's the sucky thing. I feel like I went door to door across the country, like developing all this goodwill for my fellow Americans, and Trump came in and just ruined it. He threw it right in the shitter, boss. But now we're gonna dance, baby! Let's go! It's the lungs kicked into it. Let's go. Hey, yeah. You could be underneath my shoe. And I'd be devastated if I'm wrong. I am the one you love to hate, but you cannot devastate. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Big love, all right? Take good care of yourself. I want more. Be good to yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Keep it real. More from you, yeah, more. I'm gonna bounce out to the next song because it's a good one. Again, we got a long way to go. All right? We fucking love this. And we really, I mean, you know what we need? More than anything, we need each other. So hold on to that. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do